Okay, we're live on YouTube.
All right. Well, thank you. And we will call the meeting to order at 9:19 a.m. I'd like to apologize to everyone. I was having some technical difficulties, but thank you for your patience. I think it's almost a guarantee to have a good and productive meeting. All directors will be unmuted for roll call. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live at youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to speak up today at today's meeting. Sign-ups were available until 5 p.m. yesterday. Members of the public will speak after agenda item number 4 and will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it's their turn to speak. Any director that has a question during the meeting, please contact Chelsea or Jennifer directly. Their contact information was emailed out this morning. We are all virtual today. With that, I'd like to ask our Executive Director, Trey Apfel, to please call the roll. Directors, please unmute yourselves for the roll call.
Mr. Augusto.
I am present. Thank you.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Mr. Allison.
Present.
Mr. Almanzon.
Present.
Mr. Baruch.
Here.
Ms. Bim.
Present.
Ms. Brooker.
Here.
Mr. Cavillo.
Present. Good morning.
Mr. Carlos Cardenas.
Good morning, present.
Mr. Luis Cardenas.
Present.
Mr. Cook.
Here.
Ms. Cordova.
Present.
Mr. Crane.
Present.
Ms. Davis.
Present.
Mr. Dawson.
Present.
Mr. Dockeypill.
Here.
Ms. Hernandez Ferrier.
Present.
Ms. Barunda Fur.
Present.
Mr. Fisher.
Here.
Mr. Flores.
Here.
Ms. Forbes.
Present.
Mr. Ginn.
Here.
Ms. Goldsberry.
Here.
Mr. Gravely.
Here.
Mr. Harris.
Present.
Ms. Harrison. Judge Hatch.
Here.
Ms. Hoggard.
Here.
Ms. Humphrey.
Here.
Mr. Hurst. Excused absence. Mr. Kolodowski.
Here.
Justice Merriman.
Here.
Ms. Cortez Matas.
Present.
Mr. McDougall.
Present.
Ms. Cara Miller.
Here.
Ms. Emily Miller.
Here.
Judge Morales.
Here.
Ms. Mount.
Present.
Ms. Murphy.
Here.
Mr. Naylor.
Here.
Ms. Rispoli has an excused absence.
Present.
Mr. Schrammick.
Here.
Ms. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Sergi.
Here.
Mr. Sims.
Here.
Mr. Jason Smith.
Present.
Mr. Michael Smith.
Present.
Mr. Todd Smith.
Here.
Mr. Sorrells. He's here. Miss St. Ives.
Here.
Mr. Tolchin.
Epo.
Mr. Vargas.
Present.
Mr. Vasquez.
Here.
Ms. Welburn.
Here.
Mr. Wester.
Here.
Ms. Pack Wilson.
Here.
Judge Erie.
I'm here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Apfel. At this time, I'd like to ask Alistair Dawson to unmute and lead our board in the invocation.
Let us pray.
Dear Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and praise that you have watched over us and allowed us to gather together today. We thank you, dear Lord, for keeping us safe during this pandemic and for continuing to guide us both as lawyers and as leaders of the State Bar of Texas. We pray for continued recovery from this pandemic. Lord, in this past year, we have seen the compassionate side of your people in this state, in this country, and all over the world. As we have collectively fought this virus, we reached out to help one another. We supported those who were fighting to keep us healthy, and we have worked together as a community to fight this horrible virus. Dear Lord, we saw your compassionate side this past year as people stood together and walked together in opposition to racism, in opposition to the oppression that has existed in our society and the unequal treatment experienced by so many in this country and throughout the world. Lord, we pray that this compassion is instilled in all people in the days and months and years to come. May we all be compassionate about the needs and rights of all of our neighbors, regardless of the color of their skin, their preferred religion, their ethnic background, or their socioeconomic class. May we always remember that we are all your children and that you love us all equally. And may we always treat everyone with love, kindness, and respect. O source of shelter for all children of all countries, we live in times of great challenge. And we pray as attorneys, you will use our skills to guard the weak from the powerful. Give us the courage to use our platforms as attorneys and as leaders of the State Bar of Texas to speak out and stand against injustices. May we rise up, speak out, and challenge those who use their power to oppress the helpless. Lord, we were all shocked and dismayed at what took place in our nation's capital on January the 6th. It is clear that some in our country have lost sight of the rule of law and what it means to live in a democratic nation. May we, as leaders of the State Bar of Texas, instill in others the importance of respecting and upholding the rule of law, our constitutions, our laws, and our democracy. And Lord, we pray that you bring peace and love to those who are filled with anger and hatred. God of peace, we invite you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Help us to each listen politely and respectfully to one another. Help us to work as a unified team and combining ideas for a great outcome. Help us to work as a whole rather than as individuals. May we have a spirit of camaraderie in this meeting and work together on our shared mission. Loving Lord, please help us listen to each other today and every day. May each of us really hear what others are saying, enable us to acquire and understand the accurate information we need and its implications so that we can make informed decisions. Help us hear the complete message being communicated. Father in heaven, we commit this meeting to you. As we discuss the affairs of the State Bar of Texas, we ask for your will to be done. Show us your purposes. Enlighten us that we may know how you want us to accomplish our tasks. We desire your glory and blessings in all that we do. Direct our thoughts, words, decisions, and actions toward the right path and help us stay on track. Let your will be done as we plan to make our decisions today. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Alistair. I'd like to call on Director Matthew Kaladowski to unmute and lead the board in our pledges. The flags will appear via Zoom.
Thank you. Given the recent election and transfer of power this week, I think it's important we say this with one voice, so please unmute yourself and join me in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States
of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in the Texas pledge. Honor the
Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, indivisible.
Thank you, Matthew. At this time, we'd like to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Members of the public will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it's their turn to speak, and I'll address you to indicate that you may begin. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and I will notify you when your time is complete. And like we've done in the last several meetings, I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. When your time is up, I am going to ask you to wrap up your thought and be done, to be respectful to the other speakers and the other items on the agenda. With that, I think our first speaker is Tanya Parks. Ms. Parks, are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can. Ms. Parks, you may begin. Your time starts now.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you so much, Mr. Dawson, for that incredible prayer. I hate to have to continue to come on these Zooms, but I feel that I am not being heard and I'm being ignored by the State Bar of Texas because I have tried multiple times to speak with executives within the State Bar and the CDC, and they are not returning any of my calls or my emails. Due to my experiences with the State Bar, I can show that there is systematic and institutionalized oppression and racism within the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office and the State Bar of Texas as a whole, which I feel needs to be fully investigated, and members of your board and the State Bar and the Texas Bar employees need to be terminated and or disciplined to protect the public and our democracy. I can show through evidence that I can provide that the State Bar finds loopholes to protect lawyers of high influence within your organization. They use the COVID-19 Supreme Court orders against me to dismiss grievance that I have filed. And then they told Sheena Willings continued to tell me that I had time to get my documents in. Then I get a letter out of the blue saying that my grievance had been dismissed because I did not get the documents in when I was under the impression that I had time. So then when they dismissed my grievance, actually, Claire Reynolds had given me an opportunity to send documents in by email, but due to everything being closed, it was very hard to find someone that could scan in documents for email purposes. And so finally, once I got it in, finally got the documents ready to email, I sent them to Miss Reynolds, and then she said I could no longer send my documents anymore by email. So then I had to refile my grievance, which then interfered with the statute of limitation on some of my causes, which is what they eventually dismissed my grievance for statute of limitation. But my original grievance that they dismissed was filed within the time. So they utilized the COVID-19 and told me one thing, but did something different, which I feel is unfair and unjust and was intentional.
Ms. Parks, you have 1 minute remaining.
Because my grievance was about Jerry Alexander, which is on your board, John Browning, who is an active member within your organization, and Jason Barron. And so the one that I did refile was on Jason Barron. And so they ended up dismissing part of my grievance for statute of limitation because they knew if they opened up the Pandora box of all of the allegations and the grievances within my grievance on Jason Barron, it would open up those allegations against your beloved Jerry Alexander and John Browning, who they did not want to touch, and Emily Miskell. And so I really do feel like the State Bar protects members within your board, and it's against African Americans and it's discriminating. And then the fact that Mr. Apple, Miss Willings, and Miss Reynolds will not return my
Ms.
phone
Parks,
call.
that's your time. If you'd like to finish your thought very briefly, but please finish your thought.
Okay, I did provide documents in your materials, but I just want to say that you guys take oaths and you're not supposed to protect your own. I mean, you got your license to protect the public and the public's interest. And you are members of this board and you are representation of the State Bar of Texas. And you want the public to trust you. This is why we
Ms.
have had.
Ms. Parks, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I need you to either wrap up or finish your thought, please.
I will appreciate. But this is why we are in this, our world, our government and our democracy is at risk because we have institutions like yours that have made the public think that you are there to protect our interests and remove lawyers that have misconduct and have done things wrong. But you're protecting the ones that are active within your community, which is not fair to us, which they create narratives in regards
Ms.
to.
Parks, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I've let you know, man, I'm so sorry. I've asked, so I'm giving you time and I apologize.
I know.
Give everybody 3 minutes and so
Okay.
I'm going to have to cut you off at this point, but thank you for joining us.
I'm so sorry.
For your comments. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you for the opportunity. And I just hate the narratives that they create about Black women, that we're angry but we're not. We just want justice, just like you. And that's all we're asking for. We want to be treated fairly and with respect. And I feel like I'm not being.
Ms. Marks, thank you very much for your time. We're going to end your call at this time, please. Thank you very much. We have our next call is Rich Robbins. Mr. Robbins, are you on the call?
You may have to hit *6 to unmute.
Rich, if you're on a phone, hit that *6 so we can hear you, but we do not hear you yet. If you're on a phone, please hit *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Robbins. You've got the floor and your time starts now. I'll give you a warning at 1 minute and then I'll ask you to wrap your time up. Thank you, sir. And the floor is yours. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks to all of you who are helping the bar and our self-rule be all that they can be. Thank you, Charlie, for your fine leadership. Thanks to Larry McDougall for doing all that he's doing despite his personal battles with cancer. I can't help but admire that. Speaking of fine leadership, I was wondering if it's worth considering, I think that it is worth considering lowering the quantity of petition signatures required to be able to run for bar presidency, for example. People such as Steve Bolden are considering this, but 5,000 signatures isn't very easy to obtain, especially in the era of COVID-19. But I have done an analysis over the past 14 years. We've, as you know, had elections each of those years. And I have found, and the details are available for free viewing at the website texasbarsunset.com under the voter abstention rates. I have found that when there is a petition candidate, the voting among the general membership increases by about 25%. We've had Steve Fisher admirably make the cut, and also Joe Longley, and they both enjoyed 25% overall increases, or they made those happen. It's worth considering for future candidates. The board is talking about the importance of having diversity as far as pigmentation. How about diversity as far as thoughts as well? In moving along, I'd also like to preach about the value of having online digital discussion forums for the upcoming referendum. I wish you all the best with those votes coming up with the rules referendum. But it seems to me that a decade ago, those forums that I remember were at texasbar.com were quite useful. Attorneys who weren't really sure how they wanted to vote were able to check the opinions of other attorneys before casting their vote. But we don't have such online digital discussion forums. I go into greater detail with regards to this proposal under the member and public comment section of the board packet materials. That's where my submission is. And then finally, there is a list at texasbarsunset.com of reform proposals, a dozen really, including to the grievance process. They are worth considering, and if any of you object or oppose any of them, please let me know. I'd be more than happy to register your disapproval and to make any corrections if warranted. The National Center for State Courts has mentioned that 30 years ago, 100% around that anyway, of civil defendants in Texas had legal representation. Now it's down to 25%. That's a huge drop. And it's largely because it's so easy to lie about a lawyer on the internet.
Mr. Robbins, you've used your time. Please finish your thought.
Well, I'd just like to thank you all for considering my points of view, and I welcome you all to read over the overall proposal under the member and public comment section of the board packet materials. Have a great weekend, everyone, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir, for your comments and for calling in this morning. We have one more public member that is, and I'm so sorry for butchering your last name, sir. I believe it's Matthew Malil. Please correct me. Are you with us, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
We can, and you have the floor. Your time starts now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity to participate as a member of the state bar. I just want to speak to 3 points. They seem distinct on their face, but they're all rooted in a desire to see our responsibilities under paragraph 1 of a lawyer's responsibilities further realized. Paragraph 1 of our lawyer's responsibilities reflects that we lawyers have an obligation to maintain the highest standard of ethical conduct. It doesn't use the words I usually put in a contract like reasonable or commercially reasonable. It just says the highest. And that's because it says we lawyers are public citizens having a special responsibility for the quality of justice and 2, play a vital role in the preservation of society. In other words, a lawyer must have the highest standard of ethical conduct because our duties extend beyond our clients or even the legal system. Ethical conduct is a continuous, never-ending practice, most at risk due to conflict of interest. Again, go back to the lawyer's responsibilities per paragraph 7. Virtually all difficult ethical problems arise from apparent conflict between a lawyer's responsibilities to clients, to the legal system, and to our own self-interest. To that end, I want to speak to 3 items. 1, ballot F, the self-reporting requirement under 8.03. I believe it should be extended to include private warnings, admonishments, or procedural disqualifications, not just that which is public or suspension. Again, a pattern of repeated admonishment, no matter how innocuous, can indicate indifference to legal obligations that legitimately call a lawyer's overall fitness to practice into question, and for that reason, all disclosures should be compulsory. 2, ABA Model Rule 8.4G. I believe it should move forward out of committee so that it can ultimately be voted on by the members of this self-governing body. Again, based on good faith comments and due diligence put forth on the various amendments that are up for vote next month, I'm confident that the same careful process and due diligence can be applied to crafting an appropriate version of ABA Model 8.4G. Again, the benefit of ABA Rule 8.4G is it speaks to all conduct without limiting it to that which is connected to an adjudicatory proceeding. If we truly want to meet the obligation put forward in paragraph 1 of a lawyer's responsibilities to maintain these highest standards of ethical conduct, we must broaden that rule to include all of our conduct and not just that which is connected to a proceeding. Therefore, it should move forward so that it too can be voted. And 3, based on the events at the Capitol 2 weeks ago, I strongly believe we need rules of professional conduct that explicitly speak to a belief in democracy, voter participation by all citizens, including those with whom we disagree, and yes, voter integrity. A society of competing interests and people cannot be preserved unless peaceful voter participation is encouraged, and any lawyer who engages in fraud related to participation or integrity should be disbarred. Again, I go back to paragraph 1 of a lawyer's responsibilities. If we are to be public citizens playing a vital role to the preservation of society, there's nothing more fundamental than exercising democracy. And that was all I wanted to speak to. I think the rules of professional conduct should reflect that, along with serious consequences for breach. Thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for calling in and for joining us this morning. We appreciate your thoughts. With that, I believe we've heard from every member of the public who signed up to speak, and now the public comment period is now closed. If I have missed someone, please get in contact with us, and we will certainly get you into our meeting. During the remainder of the meeting, if there are board members or staff who wish to speak at any time, please raise your hand via the Zoom function. This is the first time I'm running this remotely away from our wonderful staff, Chelsea and Jennifer. So I need your help on that. If you would like to speak, please use that raise your hand feature. You can get there by going to the participant tab at the bottom of your screen. And there should be a button that says raise your hand. If you need help finding that, let me know and we'll go from there. With that, let's go to our presentation of resolutions. President McDougall, the floor is yours, sir.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, it's my honor to present the resolutions to some exceptional lawyers in Texas and even a few judges. Many of them are from the Tyler area because we originally planned to hold our meeting in Tyler, and we were hoping to recognize a lot of local lawyers from the Smith County area. I'm going to announce each one and tell you a little bit about them and give them a chance to also address the board and the members that are watching today. A complete text of these resolutions are included in your materials that you have. First, I'd like to introduce Bobby Mims of Tyler. Bobby Mims is a criminal defense lawyer who's been practicing Texas for more than 30 years. I first met Bobby at the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. He was president of the Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, and he's also a super fellow with the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Educational Institute and a member of several bar associations. And one of the things I'm most proud of about Mr. Mims, he's also a Vietnam veteran. He served in the U.S. Army during Vietnam, and I think he gets an extra commendation just for that. But the real reason I chose Bobby is this. I've known Bobby now for close to 30 years. And in those 30 years, what I found is he's one that's always open to other lawyers. Whenever lawyers have questions, they have problems, they want to discuss something, Bobby's always had an open door or was just a phone call away. And I truly appreciate lawyers like Bobby Mims that I've tried to basically emulate in following their lead and making my door open to other lawyers when they have issues too. And with that, Bobby, I would like to present you with this resolution and your thanks from not only myself, but the board members and the lawyers of the state of Texas for your service. And Bobby, Zoom is yours if you have to make any comments you'd like to make.
Well, President McDougall, I sure appreciate it, and the board and the leaders here. Obviously, if you do this long enough, I guess somebody will notice it, and I do appreciate it. I just tuned in and I heard one of the resolutions or whatever you guys are considering, and it really touched me about what happened on January the 6th. I believe in the rule of law. My whole career has been based upon that, and I know these other lawyers here. There's 100,000 lawyers in the state of Texas that pretty much every day stands for the rule of law. That is what our core beliefs are, certainly mine. And the attack on our Capitol on January the 6th should be a clarion call to every one of us to reestablish ourselves as the people that stand up in our community for the rule of law. And I know that these people on here do that. And I just wanted to reaffirm that to my clients and my people and my associations here. That's what I'm going to do as long as I can do it. So I thank you for this notice. I'm not sure I deserve it any more than the other 100,000 lawyers that's been doing this for 40 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bobby. And we again appreciate your service and contributions to the legal profession. Next, I have Kenda Culpepper. Kenda is the district attorney in Rockwall County. She's been the district attorney since 2008. She is the past president of the Texas District and County Attorneys Association. She is a director on the State Bar College Board of Directors, and she's now, as I understand, the chair of the board for the Texas District and Counties Association, and also a trustee on the Texas District and County Association's Foundation's Board of Trustees. She has a long history of service to the bar. When I started looking at her basically list of accomplishments, it was just incredible, everything she's done. And it would probably take me an hour to go through each and every one of them. But what I can tell you is when I've needed something from the Texas County and District Attorneys Association, Kenda's been the first one to step up. When I've needed something on other issues, I've got Kenda sitting there raising her hand saying, ooh, I'll help, choose me. It's amazing to me the amount of time and effort that she has put into the practice of law, the quality of the professional law, and not just that, but also in other community projects throughout the East Texas or the state. Kenda is just one of those amazing, amazing people. And I thought it was important just to highlight her. You're going to hear from her a little bit later as she's one of the co-chairs on my task force on criminal procedure. And she has just done an outstanding job in dealing with that. She's just an amazing person, an amazing lawyer. And I would like to congratulate and bestow this resolution upon Kenda. And Kenda, the Zoom is yours.
Well, why would I say anything after that? No, I'm an elected official. Of course, I'm going to say more after that. Larry, thank you so much for this incredible honor. I can tell you, and I know so many of you on this Zoom, and I respect a great deal the people that are on here, but for the last decade, I've worked hard to increase the footprint of criminal law practitioners in the state bar. We all know that civil practitioners do such an amazing job for this state in terms of the state bar, but we and I feel like criminal practitioners have a lot to do and a big footprint to fill. But for the last decade, I have spent a lot of time trying to fill that footprint. I've served on just about every criminal law section and committee I think that there is at the State Bar. I've been the chair of the criminal justice section, served on the pattern jury charge committee, the legal services for the poor committee. I've been a course director for advanced criminal law, and I think I've been on the planning committee for like 100 years, a long time. But I've also tried to serve on committees where criminal law practitioners were a rarity. I was proud to serve as the chair of the State Bar Professionalism Committee for 4 years, and I currently serve on the boards of the Texas Bar College and the Texas Bar Foundation. Now, like I said before, I'm trying to get other criminal practitioners involved in the bar, including on disciplinary committees, which I think is so important for both civil lawyers and criminal lawyers to be on those committees. Criminal practitioners tend to join our own criminal or our own professional organizations like the Texas District and County Attorneys Association, TDCAA, or the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, TCDLA. But we've got to get involved in the big bar as well. We took a big step this last year when President McDougal, Grant Shiner, the TCDLA, president, Judge Alfonso Charles, the regional presiding judge in East Texas, and I, the TDCAA president, came together and collaboratively co-chaired the Presidential Task Force for Resumption of Court Proceedings. And I'm going to be talking about that later, but it has been an incredibly successful collaboration of judges, prosecutors, and defense lawyers that was imagined from this state bar. And I want to make sure that you understand, judges, prosecutors, and criminal defense lawyers all working together. It's been a pretty amazing opportunity. But we've got to do more. There are plenty of prosecutors and defense lawyers that would be a good fit for any of the committees in which you have. It's just a matter of asking. That's why I've really appreciated the job that President McDougal has done to actively invite criminal law practitioners into the fold. It can only benefit all of us to have every section of the bar actively involved. I hope that you, if a criminal practitioner asks you or expresses their interest to serve in the state bar, that you as directors will take time to vet them and get them involved. Larry, I appreciate this opportunity and this honor so much. It means a great deal to me. It honors the work that I've done and that I've tried to do for the state bar, but it also pays homage to a section of the bar that isn't often recognized. Thank you so much, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Kenda. And I do appreciate your service. Next, I want to, she's now a retired judge, but I want to bring Brenda Mullinex to our attention. And there's one thing that really struck me about Judge Mullinex. She was the associate judge in the 387th District Court in Fort Bend County for probably about 8 years or maybe a little longer. And then she was the elected judge in the 387th from 2013 through 2020. And here's the thing that struck me about Judge Mullinex that made me think that she was worthy of recognition. And so, you know, she was supposed to have gotten this the last time, but due to issues, we couldn't present it to her, so we're presenting it to her today. Judge Mullinex is one of those judges that when she had an issue come up, a new issue, something complex, the courts issued an opinion, or the legislature did a new change the law in a way, or she had something come up in one of her hearings or trials, what she did that always impressed me is that she would then put together a CLE and do a free CLE in her courtroom on Friday afternoons. And it was always kind of a how-to CLE. And it was designed to basically help the lawyers that practice not in her court, but all the family law courts around the state to better understand the change in the law or something that she'd never seen before and how to deal with it. And this is something that had always impressed me about her, how she took the initiative to sit down and do these CLEs on her own and to train us for free, the lawyers, on how to do things. And that's something, at least I hadn't seen a lot of, where lawyers or judges would sit down and do that for the lawyers. And I wanted to call her, well, not say call her out, but I wanted to bring it out and let other judges see and the lawyers what we had here and basically how pro-lawyer she was in trying to make us better educated, better qualified to represent our clients. And for her service that she did in doing that, plus the fact that she worked her way through law school as a school teacher and as a former school teacher says a lot too, seeing that I have 3 daughters that are school teachers. And with that, Judge Mullinex, I'd like to present you with this resolution. And if you'd like to make a few comments, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you.
That's it? Just thank you?
No, just a moment. You went away. Thank you so much, Larry. I am so honored and grateful for the opportunities and the recognition in a career that I absolutely love. As with everything, you know, there are challenges, and with a family court judge, there's lots of challenges, and they continue. However, with the help of and the guidance and everything with the judges across the state, as well as the legal community, and frankly, my personal experiences, my life experiences helped me be a better judge. And it helped me with my community and the litigants in my court. I do believe that the challenges continue, as with everything going on today. I appreciate Zoom and the ability to actually help more pro se litigants. I think it's been a positive thing with regards to pro se. I think, frankly, that most of you will agree the best profession is a legal profession. And I want to take this time and this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, your dedication, your perseverance in making the profession what it is today. And I want to thank you, Larry, for this opportunity. I will absolutely proudly hold this recognition as a mark of my achievements, and I am grateful. I hope, and I am with everyone else, we need more volunteers. We need more to get involved in every aspect of the legal community to make it what it is. So with that, I will give it back to you, but thank you so much, and I appreciate this honor very much.
Thank you very much, Judge Mulnex, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Next is Nathan Cash. I talked to Nathan last night. He cannot be here, but give you a little background on Nathan. Nathan started his legal career after graduating from Baylor Law School is doing plaintiff's work in Galveston County. From there, he wound up moving to Dallas, where he did insurance defense work. From there, he wound up going to work for a nonprofit, and now he works for an oil company out of Tyler, Texas. But the reason that I looked at Nathan and chose Nathan was this. Nathan, too, has a history of giving and using his law license to give back to the community. Nathan works for several, basically, charities, I will call them. He helps people. He doesn't really get involved in the legal and the bar, but what he does adoptions. He teaches classes at different churches on legal issues and marriage and things along those lines. He helps the elderly with estate planning and doing other things. And he's always given of himself, giving back to the community where he sees the need. And this is one place where I think a lot of lawyers don't get recognized, because so many of us, even in my office, you know, we do a lot of pro bono work. It's just that we don't do it through the bar, or we don't do it through, you know, the associations, and that is we see a need and we reach out and we fill that need. And I think a lot of lawyers do it. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to recognize Nathan, is because he's given so much of his life to giving back. And because of that, I just don't want to recognize Nathan, but I want to recognize the other 106,000 lawyers in Texas who basically do the same thing and get no recognition and credit for it. And with that, I want to present this resolution to Nathan. I understand he couldn't be here today, but I want to thank him for his service and all the other lawyers that do services like him throughout the state. The next one is Shannon Dacus. I hope I pronounced that right. I got to know Shannon. She was active in the State Bar Foundation. She's currently the chair of the State Bar Foundation. She's a sustaining life member in the State Bar Foundation, as am I. And if you're not a member of the Bar Foundation, I'd suggest you kind of look into it and see, because it's a very charitable arm of lawyers that's not really part of the bar, but you have to be a member of the bar to do it. She's also the 2019 president of the Smith County Bar Foundation and a member of the bar, their trustees. She's also served on the 2017 Executive Director Search Committee, where we hired Trey Appfell as our Executive Director. And she was also on Martha Dickey's 2007 Task Force on Lawyer Mental Health. She served on a lot of other things in like the Tyler Chamber of Commerce, Tyler Economic Development, Bethesda Health Clinic, Hospice of East Texas, and many others. And because of the work that Shannon does for the bar, the charities of the bar, and within her community, I wanted to recognize Shannon as being one of the outstanding lawyers from Tyler for what she gives back. And again, she's not here, couldn't be with us today, but I still want her to have this recognition. The next one I want to get to is Buck Files. Who doesn't know Buck Files? To me, Buck Files is like the face of practicing law. Buck Files is the former president of the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. He's a former president of the State Bar of Texas. And Buck Files has never quit being involved, and he's always been an ambassador for the bar. He is one of the most Southern gentleman type people I think I've ever met in my life. Buck Files is also a veteran. And I kind of had that in mind when I was looking around too. Buck was in the United States Marine Corps and actually was deployed to Okinawa, Vietnam, and other places back during his time with the Marines. It's people like Buck that I think makes our bar great. He's been such an ambassador, and I think it's important that we continue to recognize people like Buck. I believe he was president in the 2012 year, but yet he continues to give, continues to serve, continues to be active, and he's one of those people, again, that I just hope that I can follow in his footsteps and be as good as Buck. And Buck, I can't say enough good stuff about you. And if you would like to make a few comments, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate the promotion to president TCDLA. Actually, I never was. I was a director, I'm a charter member and Hall of Fame, but I was never president of it. I'll share some humor with you. I had this on my calendar this morning, but we're representing one of the folks who was at the Capitol on January 6th. And I have been working, trying to get ready for a hearing this afternoon. And I received a call from the government saying, if you win this hearing, we're going to do an emergency stay and go to the district court in DC. So I was calling down to ask if I could get a certificate of good standing. And Jennifer said, you're supposed to be on. So they got me on. Thank you so much for the recognition. I appreciate you, Larry. Appreciate everything you're doing. I had so much fun as a director. Never occurred to me that I would be a director of the state bar. My friend V. Perini back in the late 90s said, you ought to run for it. There are very few criminal lawyers on it. You'll be amazed at how nice you get treated by the civil lawyers. And so I was a director 2004, 2007. I will tell you this, you all who are directors now understand how much fun it is and the contributions you can make. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, longer than that, you'll have the pleasure of looking back and say, I really did something, not only for the lawyers of Texas, but for the people of Texas. So thank you, Larry, for the recognition.
Buck, it's my pleasure, and thank you for all you've done for the lawyers of Texas. Next up is Justice Paul Green. I didn't really get to know Justice Green until about a couple of years ago. And I found he's probably right now one of my favorite justices. Well, now he's off the court, but still one of my favorite justices to sit and just talk to. Just a very pleasant, down-to-earth individual. Justice Green served 15 years on the Texas Supreme Court and authored 99 majority opinions, as well as several concurrences and dissents before his retirement this past August. Before his election to the Texas highest civil court, Justice Green spent 17 years in private practice and another 10 years as a judge or justice on the Fourth Court of Appeals in San Antonio. He's a third-generation lawyer. He served as president of the San Antonio Bar Association. He was director of the State Bar of Texas. He's liaison to the Texas Young Lawyers Association through the State Bar, or the Supreme Court. And he's also a member of the House of Delegates of the American Bar Associations. Justice Green, I can't thank you enough for your service, and I thank for all the lawyers of Texas. I am just honored in giving you this recognition, and if you would like to make a few comments, the Zoom is yours.
Well, thank you, President McDougall. I really appreciate your recognition here. You placed me with some very distinguished company, and I'm very honored by that. I was laughing when Buck was talking about how much fun it was to be on the board of directors. And I was back in the early 90s, and he's right. It's a great organization. You get to make lifelong friends with that organization and get to do so many wonderful things. I see so many good people on the Zoom screen here that I have good friends, particularly my former colleague, Deborah Lehrman, who I know has worked very hard with the State Bar and liaison with the Supreme Court. And I know she really enjoys that, along with Justice Phil Johnson before her, who worked very hard with the board. I enjoyed my time. I was probably the liaison to the TYLA for about 10 years, maybe more, and which was, of course, not part of the State Bar Board, but part of the board broadly speaking. And that was an exciting and wonderful liaison assignment. And I can't thank Chief Justice Jefferson enough for giving me that liaison job, because there's so much work that they do. And so the board should be very proud, State Bar should be very proud of all that they do. You mentioned I had authored 99 opinions. Had I known that, I would have worked hard to get that extra one, just to get that 100 number. But it was 15 years goes by like in a flash. It was something I really enjoyed. It's hard to believe that I was honored enough by the citizens of the state to be on that court, and I enjoyed it. And now I'm back in the private practice trying to figure out how to practice law. And by the way, did you know that they time your depositions now? Back in the old days, you can take a deposition as long as you wanted. Turns out you can't do that anymore. But I'm learning a lot about things, about the rule changes and so forth. And it's been fun to be back practicing law as well. But Larry, again, I want to thank you so much for your recognition, and best of luck to the board and all that y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Green. And again, thank you for your service. Next, we have Judge Michael Kiesler of the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. This is another one that I became very fond of, because during my time on the board of directors, I always made time to sit down and talk to Judge Kiesler. And he always had a joke. This man always had a joke. It never mattered when you caught him, he had a joke. And he served on the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals from January 1st of 99 until his retirement on December 31st, this past December. Prior to taking the bench in the Court of Criminal Appeals, Justice Kiesler served 12 years with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office and 17 years as judge of the 292nd District Court in Dallas. Judge Kiesler is a fifth generation Texan. He served 40 years as a member of the judiciary and was one of the two longest serving state judges in Texas. He twice served as liaison to the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors. Judge Kiesler's prized legal education he has taught at the National Judicial College since 1992 on topics including judicial ethics and standards of appellate review. And just kind of a side note, I know a lot about Judge Kiesler because Judge Elliott down here in Fort Bend County, and he grew up on the same street. So I've heard a lot of stories about Judge Kiesler growing up. He was not always that angel, but he turned out to be a very long-serving judge. And Judge Kiesler, I am hoping you got a joke for us. And if you do, I'm turning this over to you. Is Judge Kiesler around? Jennifer, do we have Judge Kiesler on?
Yes, Judge Kiesler, you might be on mute. I just asked you to unmute. Do you see it?
Yeah, I did.
There you go.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Well, I can't see anybody, but that's fine. I want to thank you, Larry, and the board for this honor. It reminds me of the great Jack Benny. One time after getting some award said, you know, I don't deserve this, but I have arthritis, and I don't deserve that either. So anyway, I do want to thank you, and I may not deserve this, but I really do appreciate it. The service as liaison to the board was really a wonderful experience. I met friends that I'll have for a lifetime, I believe. I had the privilege of working with Buck Files, who was just absolutely wonderful, and Trey when he was president of the State Bar, and Frank Stevenson and Lisa Tatum and Alan Dubois and Tom Vick, and they were all just marvelous folks, and I made friendships that will last me a lifetime. It's really, but I don't want to leave without thanking the staff there that is just extraordinary. You have Kaylin Laney and Jennifer Reams and And Candace Held used to be there. That I know I bothered her for about 4 years with about every question imaginable. And all of the staff serves with such just grace and goodwill, and they're so incredibly competent. They seem to think of everything ahead of time. But this service makes you real proud to be a part of the legal profession. And I think the State Bar Board of Directors represents the very best. It is a wonderful bar association, and I am just honored to have had a chance to be associated with you. So best of luck. And if you're ever in Austin and don't care who you associate with, please give me a call, and I would be happy to have lunch with you, or at least sit down and talk. And thank you so much for your consideration and for your courtesy and thoughtfulness.
Thank you, Judge Kiesler. And it's been a pleasure to know you. And I do miss those breakfasts and lunches and dinners we had together. And he's serious when he says, sit down and talk to him, because he will talk your ears off. That's just how he is. He's that friendly, and he's got a lot of stories. And thank you again, Judge Kiesler. And finally, our last one is Christina Ross. And let me get to her notes. Christina got something a little unique. She's a certified contract advisor for the National Football League Players Association, and she's one of the few NFL agents in East Texas. She's built a sport and entertainment agency practice within her current firm, which is Beard and Harris and Tyler. She is a board member of the Smith County Bar Association. She's a Texas Bar Foundation Fellow and a member of the State Bar Legal Services to the Poor Committee. She's also very active as a member of the Junior League of Tyler and a board member of People Attempting to Help, a social service agency designed to help the East Texas community. And with that, we'd like to present this recognition and resolution to you, Ms. Ross. And with that, you have the Zoom.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, President McDougall and the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors. I am completely humbled and honored to receive this recognition. I've always felt that my greatest responsibility as an attorney was to serve my community. So I'm thankful for each and every opportunity that I get to do that. I'm also thankful for the amazing colleagues across the state of Texas that I get to practice with, particularly those here in Smith County. I see my colleague, Christina Davis, on this Zoom. So I'm so grateful to get to practice with some amazing attorneys. And I'm sure that they had something to do with me receiving this award today. So again, thank you to the State Board, State Bar. I don't know why I keep saying State Board, State Bar of Texas Board of Directors for this acknowledgement. It truly means a lot to me. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Chair, that ends our resolutions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. With that, we're going to go a little out of order. We are going to take item number 14, the report from our Audit and Finance Committee from my friend Alistair Dawson. Director Dawson, are you with us?
I am.
All right, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to go out of turn. All the materials related to the presentation regarding the Audit and Finance Committee are in the Audit and Finance portion of the electronic meeting book. I'll summarize it by saying we have good news, good financial news to report to our board despite the challenges of this pandemic. This slide presents the financial operating results of our general fund, which is the primary operating fund of the State Bar, as of November 30th, 2020, compared to the same time period last year. As you can see, we have a $3 million reduction in revenues from 24 million to 21 million. I'll explain that in just a second. But there's been a corresponding decrease in expenses by more than 5 million, from almost 23 million to almost 18 million. And so that's a $2 million delta, and that is reflected in the total board commitment. The total revenues decreased. And let me finish that. So that it results in there's a $2,500,000 increase in board commitments because of transfers to the technology fund and the client security fund. And that results in an $800,000 increase in the fund balance to 21.1 or 21.2 million. The revenues decreased primarily. I'm going to get to that. Hold on a second. So we'll break down each of those in the next slide. So this is the revenues by department. Let's go back, please, Lowell. Thank you. This is the revenues by department. And you'll see that the majority of our revenues come in the first three categories: membership dues, Texas Bar CLE, and the minimum continuing legal education departments. Those three all represent the majority of the revenues for our state bar. The revenue from membership is down a little bit because of the 60-day extension for members to pay their dues. We expect that to catch up eventually. And revenues are down slightly from Texas Bar CLE and MCLE because of the responses to the pandemic. Now, I will say the Texas Bar CLE had been very successful. They've managed to move their live courses to webcast courses, but because of the move to the webcast and there's you don't charge the same amount of money, that's been a decline in revenues by 25% for the Texas Bar CLE. However, that's more than offset by a decrease in expenditures. If we can go to the next slide, please, Lowell. Thank you. So this is our expenses by division. And you'll see that compared to last year, we've reduced expenses in pretty much across all of the divisions. These primary expense savings have come from salary reduction, or savings in salaries, not salary reductions, but savings in salaries, savings in meetings expense, because we're doing all this via Zoom. We're not meeting in person, so there's decreased expense there. Conference expenses are down and travel expenses are down. Again, since we're not meeting in person, that results in less expenses. And I would like to really just commend the State Bar staff across the board and how they've been able to reduce our expenses for the entire organization, so that even in this pandemic, we've not faced any kind of financial difficulties at the State Bar. I've noticed the professional development, including the Texas Bar CLE, which has reduced expenditures by almost half, which again completely offsets the reduction in revenue. So if we go to the next slide, this shows the expenses by category and shows you how we've been able to reduce expenses by category. And I'll just run through some of the highlights. There's approximately $500,000 in reduced salaries, which was a result of delaying merit increases to employees and keeping open positions unfilled within the bar. So if there's been some attrition, they've left some of these positions unfilled and been able to reduce salary expenses in that way. There's approximately $1 million in reduced travel expenditures, approximately $2.6 million in reduced meeting and conference expenditures, and about $450,000 in reduced rental expenditures. We're not having to rent equipment and things for our meetings since we're not meeting in person. So then if we go to the next slide, please. This shows our comparison of budget to actual as of November 30th, 2020. We had a positive budget to actual net variance of just under 3.7 million. And again, this is due to the savings from expenditures that we've previously talked about. The next slide. To give you an update on the internal audit. As you may recall from prior meetings, the Audit and Finance Committee engaged McConnell and Jones to complete the internal audit. We do an internal audit every year. We pick different aspects of the bar, the Audit and Finance Committee does, to decide which ones that we're going to do an internal audit. And this is just to make sure that we're complying with all the kind of internal rules and regulations of the bar. And this year, we picked the sections, the Chief Disciplinary Counsel, and our compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act. And the Darlene Brown, who's the audit director, has been doing her work. The reports are not yet completed. They will be presented both to the Audit Finance Committee and to this board at our April meeting. But I can say, based on our initial conversations that we've had with Ms. Brown, we're not aware of any significant issues that we expect to find in the internal audit. I'm sure that there will be some minor issues that will get addressed, but we're not aware of any significant issues based on the feedback that we've received from Ms. Brown or her colleagues thus far. We can go to the next slide, please. I'm pleased to report that the financial audit for the fiscal year 2019 to 2020 for the year ended May 31, 2020 has been completed. And I'm also pleased to report that we received an unmodified or clean opinion. Now, this audit was done by Weaver. This is the first year that Weaver has done the audit. Whenever you bring in a new auditor, that creates a whole, new set of challenges. They're not as familiar with the organization. They got a lot more questions. They want to do a lot digging into things. And to have a new auditor in the midst of a pandemic when we're all working remotely, I think is very challenging. And I would like to commend both the people at Weaver and Tracy Jarrett and her staff on the finance side for they provided all the information to the auditors. They got all the things that they needed, and they gave us a clean opinion. And I think that's a real testament to Tracy Jarrett and her people. And I want to commend them for their great work. In your board packet, there's a report to the board of directors and also a separate letter called the internal control letter. These are required letters, so don't be alarmed by them. They're required by the auditing standards. And basically they report that the Weaver firm encountered no difficulties during the audit and that they did not have any disagreements with management. There was one issue I want to bring to the board's attention. They identified one internal control deficiency. You may remember that in prior meetings, we've talked about the fact that because we are a participant in the state pension fund, we were required under a new GASB standard to report the amount of our share, the state bar share of the amount of which that fund is underfunded. The state pension fund, I think everybody knows, is underfunded, has been underfunded by the legislature. And because we're a participant, we had to report our portion of the underfunding of the state pension fund. And so in connection with that, they identified, Weaver reviewed the balances associated with this and identified an error with the initial entry that was used. And this was a $2.5 million error. So they've made that correction. It does not have an impact on the financial statements. And it only relates to the government financial statements. It doesn't relate to the general fund financial statements, which is the ones that we use at the Audit and Finance Committee to evaluate our financial performance. And so I want to bring that to y'all's attention. It doesn't have an impact upon our general fund financial statements or have a financial impact on our general fund at all. It's all in the government financial statements. I do want to also point out that on the government financial statements, they do show a negative net worth. The liabilities exceed the assets, and this all has to do with the underfunded pension fund. But we talked with the auditors at the Audit and Finance Committee, and nobody ever anticipates that the state bar is ever going to have to fund that deficit in the pension. That's going to be a legislative function, not a state bar function. And so while we have to report it that way in the financial statements, it's not an issue about which the Audit and Finance Committee has any concern. The other internal deficiencies that were identified by the auditors, there are a few, and we're in the process of getting those issues identified, and there'll be a report to the Audit and Finance Committee in April about how we're going to go about getting these other issues addressed, but they are not of significance. So if we can go to the next slide, please, Lowell. This shows the overall summary of the audited general fund for fiscal year 2019-2020. Total revenues were $44 million. There was a net increase in the fund balance by $2.7 million. The fund balance as of 5/31/19 was 17.7, and with that increase, it goes to almost $20.4 million. So on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I make a motion to accept the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual financial report and financial audit opinion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Dawson. Coming from a committee, no second is needed or required. Is there any discussion? Earlier, I told you to raise your hand. That would be on the participant screen. If that will still be there, unless you've updated your Zoom, If you've updated your Zoom, you go over to the little button that says reaction, and then you click the button that says raise your hand. So we're all learning together. I see Director Kimberly Leverton has a question. The floor is yours, Kim. Excuse me, Kimberly Wilson. I'm sorry, Kim. I do that all the time. My fault.
It's fine. Thank you, Chairman. Again, my question really more relates to the revenue and expenses of the CLE department, not really to the audit report, but I don't know if this is the place to ask that question. I think so, because I don't know that there's another particular place in discussion.
Sure, go ahead.
So,
I don't know that I have the answer, but I'll try.
You may not, Mr. Dawson, but I note that the expenses are severely decreased and the revenue is only slightly decreased. And I know there were a lot of questions from the membership about the amount that we were still charging for those CLE, even though they went to webcast. And so I just expect that we're going to get those questions from the membership, given the financial report that shows the expense proportionately was much less than the revenue. Do we have a way that we're going to address that going forward as these webcasts continue?
So my answer to that is I think that's an issue for the CLE committee. I mean, I think that they're the ones charged with, figuring out how they should appropriately price their products in light of the fact that they are, at least through some point in the summer, they're going to be webcast as opposed to in person. And so I think it would be fair for maybe some of the staff to communicate that that's something that they should take into consideration, but I'm not sure it's our purview to deal with that. We ought to let the MCLE committee or the CLE committee address that issue is my thought. Others may disagree. I think it's a fair point. I mean, if you're not in person and you're not incurring the same expenses, there's a good argument for you should charge less price for your product. But I think that's really should be decided by the CLE committee.
And Kim, we can get an answer to you back too on that as well. We can get an answer for you. I don't know if we have it today, but it's something we can look into and get a response to you on.
It was just highlighted to me very obviously with this slide. So I know that I'm not the only one with that question. And I think it's good to just bring it out. And
I think it's a fair question. I do. And I think it's something we'll look into and we'll get an answer to you and the rest of the board on that. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson, for your work on this committee.
Director Fisher, I see your hand. You've got the floor.
Thank you. First of all, Alistair, thank you for the presentation and the work. I have a question because it's coming up anecdotally about the actuarial assumptions on the client security fund. If I recall right, and I'm not up to par today, it was about $3,189,000. And as lawyers are getting older, there's going to obviously be more deceased. And I'm just seeing where a fair amount of people are going to be making demands on that for different reasons. If you can provide some color on how that's figured and whether you have an opinion, whether that's enough or not, I would appreciate it. And it's not necessarily an easy question, Alistair, so don't feel bad saying you don't know.
I don't know the answer to the actuarial part. I know that the contributions for the client security fund were discussed in connection with the 2021 budget and have been addressed for purposes of that budget, but I don't know the actuarial information. I will look into that, Steve, and I can report back, but I don't know off the top of my head.
That's fine. Thank you.
And then Director Forbes, I see you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a process question. I'm not sure if Director Dawson is the right person to ask, but my question is this. Given the optimal financial health of our bar, what is the process to revisit the delayed merit raises?
Well, frankly, I think Trey may be able to answer that. I mean, my answer is that that's something that Trey would handle and make a recommendation with respect to those issues. That's not that's an internal management issue that the Audit and Finance Committee doesn't control. I would think that's a executive director decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands or discussion coming from the committee. It does not require a second. All those in favor, please unmute yourselves and respond by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Director Dawson, is there anything else for you to report?
Yes, we do have one other item, Mr. Chairman. A copy of the State Bar's November 2020 quarterly investment report is included in the board packet. Barry Boyer, Senior Managing Consultant for PFM Asset Management, presented the investment reports to the Audit and Finance Committee yesterday. Our general fund portfolio is fully invested in 5 different areas: U.S. Treasuries, federal agency securities, high quality commercial paper, FDI insured certificates of deposit, and AAA rated money market mutual funds. And the total fund balance of our general fund investments was $32.5 million as of November 30th. The portfolio is highly liquid and maintains the highest credit quality. It generated a return of 0.09%, which outperformed the benchmark 6-month Merrill Lynch Treasury Index at 0.05%. FPM representatives work very closely with the bar's finance director to place investments in those areas that will produce the highest yield while maintaining safe and principal and liquidity as required by the Public Funds Investment Act. And on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I make a motion to accept the November 2020 State Bar Quarterly Investment Report.
Coming from a committee, it does not require a second. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing no hands raised, hearing no directors, all those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Director Dawson, do you have anything else to report?
Mr. Chair, unless there are any questions or further discussions, that concludes my presentation, and thank you for taking me out of order, and thank you for your time this morning.
Well, thank you, Director Dawson. I know this committee is one of our hardest working committees. I know the folks on it have done just a ton of work, and the staff has. Thank you for bringing this to us this morning. We appreciate it. With that, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break. We've been going at this for over an hour, so let's take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we will start with, let me check my fancy notes here. We're going to start with, we'll go back and we'll start with a report from the chair of the board, including hearing our comments from our from our chair-elect candidates. And then we'll go to CDRR. Thank you very much. We'll see you back in 5 minutes. So we will call our break here at 10:31. We'll see you all back here at, let's say 10:40. Thank you, ma'am. All right, just to give everybody about a 1-minute warning here, we're about to get started. Chelsea, Jennifer, I know we're still recording live on YouTube. Are we ready to get going?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay. It is 10:40. I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to start with the report from the chair of the board, which is me. So I need a motion and a second to approve the items on the consent agenda. Any director who wishes to second, please ask to unmute and state your name.
I'll move it. And I'll second.
I think that's Director Sergi. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, good deal. With that, I think that we need to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, hearing none, motion passes. All right, we have 5 candidates for the 2021 to 2022 chair. That's Christina Davis of Tyler, Adam Schrammick of Austin, David Sergi of San Marcos, and Diane St. Ives of Houston, and then finally Santos Vargas of San Antonio. They're going to address the board in alphabetical order. They're going to be given 4 minutes each. Each of these folks I know have thought long and hard about this decision, and I know that any of them will do a great job, and we're excited to hear what they have to say. And so with that, we're going to start with Miss Christina Davis of Tyler. For all of our candidates, I'm going to time you. I am not going to interrupt you to tell you that you have 1 minute left, but I will ask you to wrap up your thought, okay? You'll probably hear the timer go off on my phone, but just in case, I'll still ask you to wrap up your thought, okay? With that, Christina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Christina Davis, and I would like to be your board chair for the coming year. Each of you has been provided with both my letter of intent and my CV, and I hope at some point you'll take a few minutes to read those. But let me start here. It has been my privilege to serve with all of you as a director for the last 2 years. My only regret is the necessity of Zoom and the fact that we have been prevented from building on the relationships that we formed and personally connecting with those who joined the board last June. With that in mind, I'd like to take a few minutes to give you a glimpse of who I am beyond the CV. Lowell, if you will, begin the photos. Thank you. First, let me introduce you to the 17 counties that comprise District 2, otherwise known as East Texas. Instead of meeting by Zoom, we were all supposed to be sitting together, having this meeting in Tyler, right about where you see the small red star on the map. All of you have or will be receiving a small Tyler goodie bag from me that you would have gotten if you were here in person, but instead you're getting a postcard that says, "Wish you were here." I was so looking forward to sharing with all of you my hometown and this part of Texas. Next photo. Next up is my office, which is in Tyler. I am a shareholder in a small firm where I practice family law with a focus on highly contested cases. Next photo. If you go inside my office, you will be greeted with this sight. These are my 2 rescue dogs, George and Rue, who spend their days napping on the floors of the Sinclair Law Office, sometimes on the chairs of the Sinclair Law Office. Next photo. When I am not in the office, I am on the go. I love to travel. People ask me all the time what travel destinations are on my bucket list, and my response is always all of them. Next photo. Finally, even my deep love of travel sits second chair to my commitment to my community and our profession, which brings me back around to running for chair. Lowell, I'm finished with the pictures. Thank you for your help. Director Dawson led us in a prayer this morning where he prayed for unity. Simply put, I want to be your board chair so that I can assist the state bar leadership in working toward unity. My motivation to run for chair is based on the fact that we as a profession and as a people are facing conflict and challenge. The only way for our profession to stand strong is for us to come together. I realize that for having only 5 letters, unity is a big word with many facets. For me to achieve a more unified state bar, members need to see that this bar is worth their support. They need a better understanding of what the State Bar is doing and can do for them. The members need to feel heard by the State Bar. I think great work has been done in this regard over the last year, but it can't stop. I believe that we as directors are the key to unity within the State Bar. The most basic function of directors is that we get this group of people from all over the state together to share their ideas and bring with them the thoughts of people from their districts. They work together to make the organization and the profession better. And then here's the key, they take the State Bar back to their districts. Directors make the State Bar accessible to lawyers everywhere. The chair needs to serve the directors so that the directors can serve the membership. I want to support the directors in this endeavor. As the chair in our board meetings, my goal will be to lead a well-organized and efficient meeting. I will ensure that everyone participating on our board or otherwise in our meetings feels welcome and that their thoughts are respected, while also keeping structure to our meetings and respecting the agenda. Further, I will respect your time. So with that, I will end a few seconds early by asking for your support for chair of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. With that, we'll go to our next candidate, Director Adam Schrammick of Austin. Adam, are you with us?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ginn. One of the nicest notes I ever received was at one of my last meetings as a member of the board of the Austin Bar Association. It was from an attorney who had been on the board with me for several years. And she wrote, Adam, there are talkers and then there are doers. You, sir, are a doer. You see, we had spent the last 2 years finding, purchasing, rezoning, and furnishing Hilger's House, a historic home in downtown that would be our new headquarters, the first property the Austin Bar has ever owned. Later that night, the executive director surprised me with a picture from the piano in the parlor that had been had a plaque on it that read, dedicated to Austin Bar President Adam Schrammick, who was instrumental in acquiring Hilger's House. I thought it was pretty clever. And it's moments like those when the hard work pays off. I've spent over a decade working to improve my local bar. I've held every executive position. During my term as president, I spent endless hours talking at neighborhood associations, architects, builders, historic preservationists, and donors. I didn't do it for a plaque on a piano. I did it because I wanted to leave things better than I'd found them. And ultimately, that's the same reason I decided to run for board chair. Yes, I'll run fair, efficient, and transparent board meetings. But when we meet live again, I want to make these meetings even better and stronger than they were pre-COVID. And I'm confident we'll be meeting again in person next bar year. The first thing I would do as your chair is to work on changing the way we meet in person. I'll be frank, I was intimidated to speak at my first state bar board meeting. Why? Because the way we set up the hotel room was not conducive to open dialogue. Many of the first year board members may not even know this, but when we meet in person, we do so in a cavernous ballroom with what I call the wedding banquet table up front where the officers sit. And if you want to speak, you've got to go stand in line at a microphone and wait to be called upon. We should not have to stand and deliver. We should be able to sit and discuss, just like we're all doing right now on Zoom. Next, we need to make up for lost time. One of the many benefits of board membership is meeting fellow board members and creating those lifetime relationships. While Zoom has its benefits, it lacks that human connection. As chair, I would work closely with our executive director and president to add meaningful opportunities to interact, socialize, and team build. Look, if we make our in-person board meetings more collaborative, in a better design space, and build stronger bonds between our board members, I am certain that better ideas, better discussions, and better policy will emerge. Finally, we need to heal from the controversy we've endured this year. We have to keep diversity, equity, and inclusion issues at top of mind at every meeting. Now, the public comment portion of our board meetings, it needs to be as meaningful next bar year as they were at our special board meetings this year. As your chair, I would reach out to community leaders across Texas, lawyers, judges, and I would solicit their participation to provide us meaningful public comment about issues of the day. I want to keep those important conversations going because promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion has always been an important part of my personal and professional life. It's who I am. It's why I've been the pro bono chair of my firm for a decade, spearheading our relationship and legal work with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the Texas Civil Rights Project, Rio Grande Legal Aid, and many others. It's why I serve on this board's Justice and Leadership Working Group. In closing, most of you don't know that I grew up along the Houston Ship Channel. You don't know that my father was a pipe fitter and that my mom worked the night shift at a factory. When I left for school, she got up. I'm sorry, she went to bed. When I got home, she got up. But I learned early the importance and the value of hard work. It's why I'm proud to be a doer, and I'd be honored to be your next chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Schrammick. Our next speaker is David Sergi of San Marcos. Director Sergi, are you with us? David, you're on mute.
Okay.
There you go. Go ahead, sir. David, hold on. I don't think we can hear you, man. I think you're still on.
He's on mute.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go.
All right, go ahead.
As you can tell, I'm technologically challenged, but I think I can overcome that. I want to thank all of you for considering me to be your next board chair. I think all of you have gotten to know me in one form or another over the past 2 years. Our first year board members, I know I've reached out to you. I've tried to be available, and I've tried to help keep our culture that this board has had over the many years and convey the best parts of that culture. I want to acknowledge Charlie Jin and the absolutely tremendous job he's done this year, and I would like to pledge that I will continue to try to fill Charlie's shoes. You know, we have 5 strong candidates running for the board. I think each one of us would do a fantastic job. But I want to talk to you about what sets me apart. I was the national president of Sigma Alpha Mu, a traditionally Jewish fraternity that was undergoing cultural change and had to remain relevant. As part of that, we found that we had chapters that were turning predominantly Hispanic, we had Asian chapters, and we had to integrate that into our into our fraternity. And I led a 3-year effort that has caused our fraternity to grow, to become stronger, and to become much more relevant, and to be able to get rid of the mistakes we'd made in the past, cultural issues, things like hazing, and engender a new spirit of growth and leadership. And I think I can bring that same ability to bridge cultural divides and be a leader for everyone, to listen to all of the divergent voices we have in our bar. And I think it's important because Sigma Alpha Mu is an organization of over 50,000 living members, a history that goes back to 1909. And there were some very strong held beliefs. And we had to confront those beliefs, and we had to get beyond them. I think today's board of directors faces a challenge listening to the divergent views of all of our members. And we have to make decisions that are going to affect the very future and relevance of our bar. We're at a crossroads that affect the future. And our membership is changing. We have to adapt to these changing conditions. I think when you look at our demographics, when you look at the age of our members, some of us are aging, we have racial demographics that are changing, we have ethnic demographics that are changing. We have to be able to be a bar for everyone and allow our members to feel like they are being represented and the public to have confidence in the decisions that we make. One of the other things that I thought of is the fact that I addressed earlier is the issue of culture. Our bar has always had, or at least our board of directors has had, a very great culture. I started off as a critic of the state bar. That's why I ran. And I have found that the leadership of the bar, I have found that our executives have the ability and have demonstrated that this is a bar that is really relevant to all of our members. We have to get that message through to all of our members. And I'll acknowledge what Christina said is we have to serve the directors so the directors can go back and serve the public as well as the membership in our districts. In my case, I have the largest district. I go almost out to El Paso, I go up to Odessa, and I go down to Bernie. Talking to the various divergent members of my district that have completely opposite views of many subjects, I found that simply by listening, by allowing them a platform, many of our issues are solved we've been able to address small local issues and get them dealt with. I could go on and on. Yeah, I could go on and on, but I won't. I think that those of you who know me know that I can be a fair, balanced leader and that I can get the job done. I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your words. Our next speaker is Director Diane St. Ives of Houston, Texas. Diane, are you with us?
I am, Charlie. Thank you so much. Fellow directors, President McDougall, President-elect Firth, Chair Ginn, I'm honored to be here in front of y'all. I'm honored to be on this board. As we all know, 2020 brought many, many challenges to our world and our state, and most significantly to this board. The State Bar and the Board of Directors, we've started the job of listening and hearing. We've listened from our members, we listened from the directors, and we have been listening from the public. The participation this past year has been incredible, and I believe solutions abound. We need to continue this process. The conversations we've had today are those that have worked to identify the problem. Let's keep the conversations going and encourage a discourse to get to the solutions quickly, without fee and fear, but with determination. On the issue of diversity and inclusion as chair, my goal will be to allow the conversations and the solutions to be spoken from the members, from the directors, and the public. I will encourage redoubling our efforts for participation from all board members so that our bar reflects who we are, not just as a bar, but as a community. We've got the groundwork in place. We can work together as directors so that the pointed and directed means can be used to promote participation throughout the bar. Our board must be as diverse as our communities. Encouraging individuals of color, women, and other diverse organizations and backgrounds, including geographic diversity, is important. We've got to get our bar to look like our communities. And that's what I would support each and every director in doing should I be elected chair. At the end of every meeting, we recite the State Bar's mission statement. And I was very taken by that. And we have adopted that, and we have committed to that being our goal. That is our job and our responsibility. And as chair, I would encourage the incoming members and directors and refresh the memories of the current directors so that we can remember and always hold dear the reasons we serve. Chair Ginn has done an amazing job this past year. He's had tremendous challenges and he's met them head on. I would continue the smooth operations of our meeting because those operations reflect on the State Bar. Under my leadership, the meetings would be conducted with clarity. They would ensure that every voice is heard, whether it's from the public, from the directors, from the members. We would encourage civil discourse because that's the only way that we can have effective self-governance. One of my ideas would be to start a mentorship program within the bar. And that would be to avoid this first year learning curve. We understand this is a complex organization, but we can provide effective leadership among the organization with mentorship. I would suggest pairing a first-year member with a third-year member right after the elections. They can share the processes, experiences, and encourage each other to start sharing their thoughts and ideas and become an active participant in State Bar meetings and committee meetings immediately. This would allow each person to be productive and maximize their time on the board. As we all know, the huge learning curve going into the COVID world was phenomenal. There's going to be another one coming out of it. It will take leadership and hard work to successfully make this happen. And I'm committed to that transition and to make it seamless. I will have the responsibility of appointing members to committees and as section advisors. I will look to the directors as to their interests, their strengths, and their capabilities when making.
Please finish your thought.
Thank you. I'm running for chair with a commitment to keep the conversation flowing. My time will be positive, and I promise respect to all and courtesy. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Diane, for your words. And last but not least is our director, Santos Vargas from San Antonio. Santos, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. I want to start off by telling you how incredibly humbled I am to be here with you. You know, growing up in Port Arthur, Texas, son of immigrants with no formal education, I never dreamed that one day I'd be lucky enough to be part of such an amazing group, much less have an opportunity to lead. Growing up in a community where people who look like me work with their hands, I never thought I'd have the chance to stand in front of a group like you and work with my words. I never dreamed I'd have the opportunity to forge such strong relationships with such a special and accomplished group of people. What I didn't understand all those years ago is that in this great country, in this great state, anyone can accomplish anything. All it takes is hard work and an opportunity for a seat at the table. Fine lawyers in Bexar County gave me my seat, but you welcomed me to the table. Thank you. Here's what I hope we can accomplish if you choose me as chair. First is unity. As lawyers, we tend to think of ourselves primarily as advocates, fighting with our adversaries. But what our clients hire us to achieve for them is peace. At the end of the day, we're peacemakers. Let's use that philosophy to accomplish the State Bar's mission. Let's take the lessons we've learned from the divisive issues that we've dealt with, and let's use those lessons to continue making the State Bar better. If we unify as a board, we can do all of that and so much more. Our members are our clients, and that's what they've hired us to do. Let's unify so that we can give them the peace they deserve. Next is enhanced communication with our members. One of our primary duties as lawyers is open and effective communication. The same thing holds true for all of us as board members. We're all asked the same questions for our members. What's the bar doing for me? The more that we do to communicate what we're doing as a board, the more we'll preempt this type of question. The more our members will know about all of the great things that this board does and all of the incredible programs that the State Bar offers. The State Bar has done a great job increasing access to board meetings, and so many of you are doing an amazing job getting the word out on social media. But let's challenge ourselves to do more. Let's do everything we can to reduce misinformation. Let's make it easy for our members. Let's go to them on social media and let's connect with them there. Let's get our members engaged so that more of them will feel encouraged to seek out a seat at the table so that they can spread the word about the good that this board and this bar does. The investment that we make enhancing communications with our members will pay untold dividends in increased participation and increased goodwill. And last is maximum board efficiency. Now, what can I say about board efficiency other than, man, I really want to be like Charlie again. But seriously, keeping the board efficient requires a huge effort from our State Bar staff, and they do an incredible job. It also requires a huge effort from the board. My plan for board efficiency is really simple. Put in the work. Work with the State Bar staff. Work with all of you, exhibit diplomacy, and display the appropriate temperament so that we're prepared, we're organized, and we're ready to conduct bar business. My time's important to me, but your time's even more important to me. I intend to respect that time. This board's going to do some really great things in the next year, and we have an exceptional group of candidates running for this position. But I hope you give me a chance to be your chair at this table. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Santos. Thank you to all our directors. I anticipate you'll be hearing more from them in the coming weeks, and I know that you all have some tough decisions to make, but I know we're going to be in good hands regardless. With that, before we go back to my report, we need to decide the method of voting to be used in electing our chair-elect at the April meeting. We will vote in April, not today. It's been our practice to conduct these chair elections by written ballot or by, like we did last year, on our virtual ballot. But we also can do it by a show of hands. Is there anyone in favor today of having this election by a show of hands? If you are, please raise your virtual hand or unmute yourself and let us know. Didn't think so. That's great. So with that, let's go ahead and do I hear a motion to conduct the election by either written or electronic ballot should we not be together in April? Do we have that motion?
I so move.
Jason
Second.
was moved, and I didn't hear the second. Who was our second?
August.
August Harris seconds. Thank you very much. For the record, for the consent agenda, I had David Sergi as our second and James Wester moved to approve the consent agenda. I don't think I said that earlier. So in April, we will have our election, and we wish all of our candidates, our fine directors, the very best of luck. With that, let's go back up to action item number B, which is our discussion. Let me pull up my notes here. My report. Okay, so yesterday we had our implicit bias training. At the special called meeting on July 27th, the board voted to require all members of the board to complete implicit bias training. I'm pleased to report that yesterday on January the 21st, the board attended a workshop presented by Dr. Erin Reeves. She's a national provider of implicit bias training. The training was very informative and productive. I thought it was fantastic. Dr. Reeves was so impressive. I know many of you felt the same way because I heard from you. I want to thank our bar staff for making that possible and for all of you for being there. I think it was a great workshop, great discussion. The workshop did not include any board action or discussion or deliberation of any state bar business. For our communications update, the district director newsletters were emailed to our members in November. They included news about the 2021 rules vote, the board's work on diversity, equity, and inclusion, the upcoming president-elect and district director races, new member benefits, and other important state bar updates. I want to thank you for your work in getting these sent. It's an important part of our communications outreach, especially during this time. The next correspondent from directors to the districts will be an e-blast to be sent in February. The staff are going to be reaching out to help with those mailings. We talk about representing the bar. Regarding communications, remember that anytime you as a director speak at a local bar or other event, post comments on social media, that what you're saying may reflect more broadly on the bar and your fellow attorneys. So please make sure that we're all being good representatives of our bar. I don't think that counts for rooting on our football teams during the playoffs, or if you're like me, the Cowboys, we never make the playoffs. So you can't hold accountable for that. In addition, many of us are members of attorney discussion groups on Facebook, which is a good thing. There's a lot of networking, there's a lot of dialogue, but our involvement as directors sometimes leads to the mistaken belief that these groups are run or endorsed by the state bar as an entity. We do not run or endorse any of these groups, but we do encourage your engagement when appropriate to enhance the communication with its members. Housekeeping items. Board Effect, please make sure you're up on Board Effect. That's where our meetings are scheduled. That's where we're looking for RSVPs. That's where your materials are going to be disseminated. I know I mentioned it every meeting. Please make sure you're getting on there. On the right side of the landing page under news, you're going to find important updates like the State Bar coronavirus response, TYLA news and resources, MCLE deadline extensions, a link to the Friday update, and much more. Take the Board Effect trainings that Chelsea and Jennifer have set up. They're very helpful. They're 20-minute sessions. You get a live Q&A over the lunch hour. The more you familiarize yourself, the better it's going to be for your time on the board. And it's also where you're going to be electing your 2021 board chair by using Board Effect. So get on there, get familiar with it. I know last year we had some issues with folks trying to vote. Let's avoid that this year by getting comfortable with it. Our TexasBar.com emails, we're going to be, for all those who selected that communication through the TexasBar.com email only, check that email. So if you're getting information and you're only using that TexasBar.com email for your information, check that email. It won't be forwarded unless you select it to be forwarded. So if that's where you are or you need help with that, contact Jennifer and Chelsea. I think that concludes my report. I do want to say again to our candidates, I thought you all did an outstanding job, and I want to thank you for your words, for agreeing to serve our board. I know that we are excited to hear from you over the next couple of weeks and months, and we look forward in April. With that, I guess we will move on to our report from the Executive Director, Trey Apfel.
Charlie,
Yes, ma'am.
CDRR.
Oh, pardon me. We do need to go to CDRR. We're going to take that out of order. Chelsea, remind what, and I'm sorry, I haven't seen this yet. What number is our CDRR on our?
Item 16.
We're going to take item 16 now, and we're going to hear from Mr. Lewis Kennard. Lewis, are you with us?
I am, Charlie. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. You should have a copy of our annual report. It's the end of the third year report. As you know, in 2017, the legislature created this committee to put a bunch of structure into the process of helping the Texas bar help itself and govern itself by addressing some needed changes and updates to our rules of professional conduct and disciplinary rules of procedure. I won't read the report to you, but I will focus you maybe on page 7, where you can see a good summary of the activity we've had. It was a busy year. We had a meeting every month. They're all open for anyone to listen into. We record them and post the recordings online. So as you're working out later and want a new podcast, please listen to those meetings. They will keep you, well, okay, they may not keep you moving at the right speed for cardio, but it's information, okay? So, but we appreciate it all. We are a small committee, only 9 people, but we've been assisted and supported by the hundreds of comments we've received over these years. And I hope that it's becoming a new means of participation from the bar members. As you've probably noticed in your TBJ, you have seen a lot of rules proposed and published. Some people have been a little concerned that they missed out the opportunity to vote, but that's coming up. So starting next week, you can vote on the first 8 products of the CDRR. And hopefully you've all already attended one of the forum events to listen to the recording, participate in Q&A, and understand what each of those will do. I do appreciate this board's support. I appreciate the Supreme Court support as well. We need you. We have to have your role here, and even if it wasn't in the statute, it would be an invaluable role that we need the bar board to help us, to speak to us, to call on us at any time. The committee has also been really busy related to this rules vote, and that we've already made 15 presentations. We have more still on the schedule up into February after voting begins. Hopefully everybody's getting their 1 hour free CLE, but you could probably get more if you participate through a local bar association or one of your divisions or sections as they set up a special presentation on this. But we're pretty happy to appear and speak to anyone and answer questions anytime. 2020, we had 9 public hearings, and that actually got easier with Zoom because more people could participate. And I think participation is really been the key to this, and that everyone that has participated, I think, has come away with a better understanding of why we're even talking about that particular proposal. But we also need to hear from so many different perspectives in the bar, and that is very important. We're, like I said, we're 9, not 90, and there are a lot of small subsections in our bar, very diverse perspectives of all shapes and sizes and angles. So the more participation we get, the better our work product is. It may mean that we work a little longer or keep working more on a proposal, but that's okay. I'd rather have really good feedback in the development process than to hear a really good idea at this stage when it's already on the ballot. So we can't change it today, but we can certainly look at, I guess, changes again in the next cycle. Our continuing mission under the statute is to continue to go through the rules, to evaluate them on an ongoing basis. We accept all types of informal suggestions or requests, some formal ways for rule initiation process to start. but we don't have to wait for that. If someone has a really good idea or presents a compelling need, as you will see in some of the rules that are on the ballot next month, there are some compelling needs out there, and some segments of the bar that identify them and can communicate that and explain it to us a lot better and then we relay that to the membership as well. So please encourage your members to continue to participate and to share their thoughts and concerns. I do want to make sure everyone knows that website of texasbar.com/rules vote is where to find all the information about the ballot items. And I want to close my report with a request. This is the first time in 10 years that our members have been asked to vote on changes to these rules. I need your help. We need to help develop a new habit. That new habit takes away from the trap of thinking, what has the bar done for me? And shifting into, what have I done for the bar? Most of these rules won't apply to most attorneys. But if they don't think about anyone beyond their particular practice or their subsection of the bar, we may never get changes, and we may never implement changes that others really need. So how do we get that to the membership to say, this is part of our responsibility? This is looking out for our peers, our fellow practitioners, and people in other sections that we may not even know how to talk to, but that may really have some good points. I would really appreciate your help in reinforcing that. It is a new habit we have to develop as a bar in Texas. You know, we still are pretty special. Not everybody else gets to do this. So let's do it, and let's do it well. And by doing that, it becomes a part of our ingrained daily practice. And hopefully you'll see more rules votes, more proposals, and they'll kind of become less extraordinary, but still very important. So I appreciate everything. I hope that you will continue to participate, support, pass the word, and get people involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Lewis. Are there any comments from the directors? I see Director Fisher has his hand raised. Go ahead, Steve. Steve, if you'll, yeah, there you go.
Louis, that sounds good. And I believe I served on a committee with you at one time. The one thing that I might suggest, and I don't want to violate any open meetings rules or records rules, and it might not be your purview, but I was reading all those letters about the advertising from that packet, and there was some, I'm ignorant about it, I don't advertise, but there was some really interesting, thoughtful comments. But I noticed, and maybe the bar has to do this or you have to do it, the email address to respond to them. I just wanted to write to some of them and say, hey, that's a really interesting point. And so you're talking about getting people engaged. I know we all want to, but if there's no way to contact them and tell them, hey, I appreciate that 3 pages on those rules, then, you know, we're at a little bit of a loss, right?
Yep. Steve, thank you for raising that. I couldn't have paid you to say it better. There is actually a great opportunity there. If you go to texasbar.com/CDRR, there is a link for participate, and it's named that on purpose. And it says participate. You have a place to submit comments, questions, and I promise you, we read every one of them. We take them all seriously. Sometimes we form a subcommittee and have them address and look at what's the impact, implication, what did we miss? Or, you know, is this something we've already addressed? And maybe in some cases, it's just a misreading or misperception. That still doesn't mean we don't have a problem or something to address. Maybe a comment needs to be updated. But I appreciate that, because I do hope everyone finds that link, texasbar.com/CDRR. Go to that page. We set it up especially for this. You can follow along. You can track every one of the proposals that's in the pipeline now. Comment on what's there. Make suggestions. We've had lawyers, Steve, we've had people submit entire briefs on some small obscure topic, which is helpful. Again, we're a small group. We don't know everything. We don't even try. So we need people like that to come in, and I promise you, we will look at them all. And if you want a response, we'll get you a response. Thank you for asking that.
Any other directors have any comments or questions? Not seeing any hands, not seeing any comments. Louis, thank you for your work. Thank you for the questions that you've answered today, but also for the forums. Y'all do just an incredible job. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. With that, we're going to go back to item number 8, which is our report from our executive director, Mr. Trey Apfel. Trey, if you'd unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to go directly to a couple of questions that have been raised by our directors, beginning with Director Wilson. I can tell you that we have, in fact, reduced pricing on many of our CLE programs, anywhere from $50 up to $200. We've also, since June 1, we've given out $135,000 in scholarships, $435,000 in free CLE to legal aid lawyers, and over $3 million worth of free CLE available to all lawyers in our online classroom under the free online classes part of the webpage. We also offer full or partial scholarships for all of our programs. The only thing you have to do in order to qualify is ask. So I can tell you, all of the board members, we rely on Texas Bar CLE revenues to fund other programs within the bar. And I think we've done so very successfully and very prudently over the years, keeping in mind that we have not had a bar dues increase now in over 30 years. So those are just, I hope that answers some questions and gives you some information about that. In addition to all of that, we've extended MCLE reporting guidelines and deadlines and worked with our membership in every way we know how. We are also anticipating, as we get back, let's say, online and get back into having in-person classes and CLE programs and events, we will see a decrease in our margins as we start getting back into producing live events. So we're trying to gauge that as well as part of the equation. I can tell you it's an inexact science, and we're just trying to do the best we can during a pandemic like so many others are. So we appreciate your patience and your consideration there. Director Fisher asked a question about the client security funds. Steve, thank you for doing that. The current fund balance currently stands at $3,653,412. Our board policy manual requires that $2 million be held as a minimum fund balance. That used to be $3 million several years ago, but due to a series of having to pay out claims, we had to reduce that to $2 million. But we have been able to build that fund back up to over $3.5 million. In terms of how we go about predicting how much money we will need, we do that on an annual budgeting basis. We work closely with Claire Reynolds in the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office. Claire oversees the Client Security Fund, and I think that Rob Crane and his Client Security Fund subcommittee could tell you that they do a great job with allocating the necessary funds for that purpose. We look at a 10-year kind of rolling average to see what we need and where we need to go with that. So we appreciate the question. That is, the Client Security Fund is part of President McDougall's grievance review task force that they're going to be looking at and discussing, and we're going to talk about the solvency and how we can continue the solvency of that fund moving forward. So, and then lastly, Director Forbes, you asked about the process involved relative to merit increases. So I take that you're talking about staff merit increases, and I can tell you that that process lies solely within my discretion as the executive director, and I rely upon performance reviews through our division and department directors, and then I work closely with our finance division moving forward in order to handle those merit increases and determine what we do or don't do within the parameters of our budget as approved by the Supreme Court on any given year. So with that, I'll move on into my general report. I'm pleased to report to you that the State Bar remains fully operational with the exception of in-person meetings. The majority of staff continues to work remotely and visits to the facilities are limited to essential business only. Despite that, our staff continues to work together cohesively and is more committed than ever to the State Bar's mission. We have held internally several all staff meetings via Zoom, and I have been hosting a series of small group meetings for our staff to maintain relationships and check in with staff members and keep our lines of communication open. During those meetings, we talk about usually anything but work, trying to just check in on people, make sure they're doing okay, share a recipe here or there, or talk about a workout regimen or a new bike or children or grandchildren or whatever the case may be. We try and lighten it a little bit so that we're able to see people smile and make sure everybody's doing okay. It's one of the best things that we're doing right now, and I enjoy that opportunity to visit with our staff on a regular basis, and it's working very well. One feel-good piece of news from the holidays is that our staff was able to help 21 families across Texas this year with Walmart gift cards, using money from our events budget, staff donations, and funds raised by Texas Access to Justice Foundation Executive Director Betty Bailey Torres, with the help of legal aid lawyers and judges and staff of the 13th Court of Appeals. This was in lieu of the regular giving of gifts to needy families that we normally do through our holiday party basket fundraiser, which obviously had to be canceled this year. So kudos to Betty and our staff for these efforts in making this happen. Our work at the bar remains constant and steady with regular work along with special projects like providing staff assistance to the task forces and work groups, one of which I mentioned was President McDougall's Task Force on Public Protection, Grievance Review, and Client Security Fund. The other task forces that we assist with are the Courthouse Access Badge Work Group, the Presidential Task Force on Criminal Court Proceedings, the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, which is a project of President-elect Barunda Firth, the Committee Review Task Force, and then our Justice and Leadership Work Group that is chaired by Director Carmen Rowe. Our Texas Bar CLE events scheduled currently through April 30th, 2021 will be held online or via webcast format. We want to resume in-person CLEs and meetings, but we will do so only when it is safe for our attendees and staff. For that reason, we do not yet know whether we will have in-person meetings this summer. We are still in an evaluation mode and process. We will be deciding in the coming weeks whether those events, including our State Bar annual meeting, will be held in person or virtually. With regard to the annual meeting, you all know that there are very many moving parts and pieces to that. And in order to get that to come together, everything has to function almost perfectly. And as I reminded everyone, we are in the midst still of a pandemic. So we are also continuing, as I said earlier, to continue our MCLE deadlines through February 2021 so that every Texas attorney can benefit from an extension during the COVID-19 pandemic if needed. As you might expect, many lawyers have been struggling during this unusual time of increased isolation and anxiety, particularly during the holiday season. Not surprisingly, TLAP has stepped up to meet these challenges. TLAP continues to maintain a full web page of resources for people struggling with mental health issues or needing recovery support. This is accessible through the State Bar's COVID-19 webpage at texasbar.com/coronavirus or through the TLAP website at tlaphelps.org. TLAP has already put together around 20 programs involving attorneys and mental health experts related to a variety of topics faced by attorneys in recovery and those dealing with anxiety and depression and other mental health disorders. TLAP has been putting together also Wellbeing Wednesday support videos since the pandemic started. However, in order to better serve our members, TLAP has also started a monthly virtual speaker series of lawyers and law students sharing their own recovery stories. So we ask that you please follow TLAP on social media at TLAP Helps and also share their posts so that these resources can be communicated to as many attorneys, judges, law students, and others as possible. With regard to COVID-19 court guidance, the Texas Supreme Court issued its 33rd emergency order of the coronavirus pandemic on January 14th. The order extends to the court's omnibus judicial proceedings emergency order for 2 months to April 1, requiring courts to continue to use all reasonable efforts to hold proceedings remotely and to follow the Office of Court Administration's guideline for all court proceedings. Also in December, the State Bar sent a message to all of our attorneys, reminding them of the COVID-19 court protocols put into place by the court and OCA. OCA has reiterated that trial judges in district, county, justice, and municipal courts must not hold in-person proceedings in any manner unless the trial judge has used all reasonable efforts to conduct the proceeding remotely. This is mandated by the court and is required regardless of whether a city or county has approved an operating plan. Also, unless local administrative judges and presiding judges of municipal courts recertified their in-person operating plans before January 1, 2021, courts in their localities may not hold any in-person proceedings. Details on these instructions and other court guidance and local operating plans are on the OCA's website at txcourts.gov. And if our members have a complaint about a judge not following the Supreme Court order, OCA guidance, or the county or city operating plan for in-person meetings or proceedings, they should contact the regional presiding judge in their area. And then I'll just echo Louis Kennard's comments about the 2021 rules vote. As you know, it's taking place both by paper ballot and online ballot beginning February 2 and ending at 5 p.m. on March 4. We can be very proud of these rule proposals. They are the result of years of hard work by CDRR and our board, and they reflect a significant amount of input from the lawyers across Texas. We have been publicizing these proposals through CLE forums, bar journal articles, local bar events, mass emails, informational videos, social media, and online updates at texasbar.com/rulesvote. Through these efforts, we are emphasizing the importance of attorneys exercising their right of self-governance by voting on these proposed rules. The first 2 of 4 CLE webinars have already taken place, one on January 5 and the other January 14th. We had more than 1,700 attendees at each webinar. Charlie Ginn and President McDougall did a great job at those 2 presentations, moderating the public forum portion, and we thank them for their efforts. These webinars include, as Louis said, a 1-hour ethics CLE presentation on the proposed rules, followed by a live Q&A where members of the CDRR and their counsel, Brad Johnson, answered questions from participants. They are very educational and we've received very good positive feedback from them. The last 2 CLE webinars are currently scheduled for January 26th and February 9. President-elect Barunda Firth and Director Wendy Adele Humphrey will be moderating these 2 events. Chelsea Barber has emailed all state bar directors to links to register, and I encourage all of you to attend at least one of these webinars so you can be better educated about those proposals. Our outreach has also included presentations to the State Bar Council of Chairs, State Bar of Texas Local Bar Leaders Conference Speaker Series, the Kurt B. Henderson American Inns of Court, Local Bar or Young Lawyer Associations in Texarkana, Fort Worth, Fort Bend County, Austin, Wood County, Midland, Waco, El Paso, and Houston. And we really do owe a special debt of gratitude to the CDRR members, Louis Kennard, Claude Declue, Vincent Johnson, and Amy Bresnan. Many of you know Claude Declue, and he has worked in many facets of state bar work, and he has indicated on several occasions that this has been the hardest working group and effort that he has ever seen take place. So please support these rule proposals and get the word out every chance you get. Remember, we've posted a variety of rules vote educational materials and talking points for directors in the Board Effect portal. Please help us spread the word about the rules vote and encourage your colleagues and constituents to vote. Next, I want to recognize a couple of State Bar staff members who have just done an excellent job. I want to begin first with Desiree Cerna. Desiree is a senior program coordinator assistant for Texas Bar CLE. There you see Desiree. As a relatively new supervisor, she's done a fabulous job leading her team during the pandemic. Texas Bar CLE hired 2 new program coordinator assistants, one of whom started working for the bar the week we all started to work from home. Desiree quickly acclimated herself to the new routine, which also included homeschooling her young children, and she did an amazing job training her brand new employees remotely. Desiree does a great job streamlining job functions to maximize efficiency for her team and others. She helps management come up with solutions to problems that arise, and she serves as a top-notch liaison to our contractors. Desiree is a consummate professional and always remains cool as a cucumber when putting out the fires that arise during the course of a day's work. Desiree, thank you very much for your commitment to excellence. I am honored and very proud to be able to recognize you today in this manner. Thank you very much. Next is Paula Vickery. Paula has been with the State Bar Membership Department for 13 years, and she is a huge asset to the membership team. Paula is a joy to work with, and she always goes above and beyond to provide excellent customer service. Her smile is infectious, and it can be recognized through her communication with attorneys, firms, agencies, and the public. We've received numerous emails about Paula's work, and a couple of examples quoting, "You are a lifesaver. Thank you for all your help." And the second is, "Ms. Vickery, you are an excellent ambassador for the State Bar of Texas." That comment speaks volumes about Paula and her dedication. In 2019, our IT department created the online firm billing portal, as you recall. Paula played a key role in that process, offering her advice and expertise as we fine-tuned the system. In 2020, listen to these numbers. Paula assisted over 1,200 law firms, not lawyers, law firms, with their membership fee payments. In addition to answering over 1,800 firm billing emails, Paula also handled almost 7,000 membership calls. Paula is the consummate professional, as we know. She is always a team player. She's knowledgeable about all aspects of the membership department, and she is the first to offer help to anyone who needs it. And I'm very honored again today to be able to recognize Paula in this manner. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, as a point of personal privilege, I just want to thank this board for your hard work and dedication, and most importantly, for your support of our State Bar mission and of our State Bar staff. Do not ever underestimate the importance and gravity of your place as lawyers leaders and representatives of the legal profession. And that includes public members of this board as well, because they are some of our hardest working and hardest serving members. And we thank you for that. You all make a difference, and we thank each and every one of you for the role that you have and the manner in which you fulfill those duties with honor and integrity on behalf of the State Bar of Texas and on behalf of the people of Texas. Mr. Chair, that completes my report.
Thank you, Trey. What you and the staff at the State Bar do is incredible. Our staff is the very best in the business, and thank you for all of your work. Mr. President, your report is next, and not to put any undue pressure on you, but after your report, we're going to take a lunch break. So take that as what you mean. So as you will. So,
I wish I could say no report now, but I'll make it quick. Okay. Just an update. Our Together We Dine, which is Rob Crane's project that I've hijacked from him. We've gotten approval from the MCLE committee now for 1.25 hours of ethics credit every time somebody attends it. We've had our first meeting on December 9th. We have our next one on January 28th. It'll be in District 1. I encourage all lawyers who are listening to participate and be a part of this. It's something I think everybody will get a little something out of. A lot of us already did one they did for the directors, but if you haven't attended one, I think it's a pretty good deal. And it kind of feeds a lot off of the class that we did as directors yesterday. And with that, I'm just going to kind of move on to the next thing. I'd like to call on Kenda Culpepper to give an update on the work of my Presidential Task Force on Criminal Court Proceedings.
Okay, now Chairman Ginn, I am vastly aware that you always put me right before lunch, but I'm still going to give this report. All right, and I just want to kind of update you on what we're doing with the Presidential Task Force. Again, that Presidential Task Force, we talked a little bit about it earlier today, was created by President Larry McDougall last summer to discuss how to have court proceedings in the midst of COVID-19. And in my update last September, I talked about the amazing progress that we've made as a body and the recommendations that we've made to the Texas Supreme Court, almost all of which were adopted in their 26th emergency order that affects all lawyers, civil and criminal. And I also talked to you about the makeup of the task force, which again, I'm just really proud to say includes an impressive group of judges, prosecutors, and defense lawyers from every part of the state. So the Presidential Task Force has met a number of times since I last gave you that update. And we start every meeting by finding out and comparing what courts across the state are doing, what kind of proceedings are being conducted. Because I know Trey just talked about the fact that the Texas Supreme Court has said everybody needs to do this stuff remotely. Criminal courts are not. They are not doing a lot of stuff remotely. And remember, we can't do jury trials remotely, period, because of that, the right to confrontation in the Constitution. So we always discuss what's going on. There are jury trials that are going on in many parts of the state. We've discussed the Supreme Court executive orders as they came out and continue to come out. We've seen a lot of those. We break them down, discuss the pluses and minuses of the orders, how they need to be modified or should be modified and why. And at all times, those thoughts and processes are passed to the Supreme Court and the regional presiding judges by David Slayton from the OCA. We've been really gratified that the Texas Supreme Court and judges have continued to take our recommendations to heart. For example, as you know, the Supreme Court is requiring all judges to create a court operating plan of how they plan to conduct those in-person proceedings. The problem was nobody knew what those plans were. The judges were getting them approved, but nobody knew what the plans were. We need to be able to read those court operating plans so you can prepare for trial and object if necessary. Per our recommendation, OCA has now agreed to compile those operating plans and put them online. And Trey just talked to you about the fact that is texascourts.gov. It's on their website, right on the homepage. Anyone can see those operating plans. We are trying to get the word out to lawyers across the state. Please, as directors, help us with that. We've discussed many other issues, and I won't go through a bunch of them because, it's lunchtime. But we've talked about the efficacy of masks and shields, the importance of those health officials actually weighing in on decisions on when to open the courts back up, future of witnesses testifying remotely, and so on. At the last meeting, I just want to end with this. We discussed vaccinations. And we all agree that court proceedings are a risky venture until court participants are free from the risk of contracting COVID-19. And all of us have heard about the difficulty of getting the vaccines right now, but we also know as criminal practitioners that prisoners in jail are 4 times more likely to have COVID than those in the general population, which is why we have to keep the courts open in order to keep moving those people. The Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association has already sent a letter to the governor asking for criminal defense lawyers to be placed on a priority position, but the task force believes that all lawyers are in a risky position when forced to come to the courtroom to conduct business. And those of you who are civil lawyers, meeting with clients and witnesses and that sort of thing. And so as a task force, and give me a second, the task force unanimously voted to ask the state bar to send a letter to the governor asking for all lawyers to be put on the 1C priority list. Now, several days after that vote, I was told that the Texas Supreme Court is actually looking at writing a letter to the governor, and I'm hoping that the state bar will consider writing a letter in support of their efforts, because this body is so well respected that I think that would be great. So I hope that will be done. The task force meets again on February 8th. We continue to meet productively and will continue to meet productively until we're no longer needed. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much for my very quick report.
Thank you, Kenda. Anybody have any questions of Ms. Culpepper? All right.
Larry, I just wanted to say one thing. One, I appreciate that they're trying to move up the legal system up to 1C. Tarrant County has actually adopted that and placed all employees of the courts and law firms and lawyers on the 1C list. Just FYI.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, Jason. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the Presidential Task Force on Public Protection, Grievance Review, and Client Security Fund. Judge Fields, are you present?
I am indeed.
You have Zoom.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Ginn. Thank you, members of the board. Just to keep it brief, because it is lunchtime, the Task Force on Public Protection and Grievance Review and Client Security Fund has been meeting regularly with the goal of ensuring the grievance process remains fair to the lawyers of the state of Texas, while ensuring that the public is protected from lawyers who may take advantage of them. And I applaud the president of the bar, Ms. Dougal, for putting this task force together, not to step on any toes, not to reinvent the wheel, but to supplement what's already going on, and to, as Mr. Kennard said, keep that dialogue going after this most recent rules change goes through. And thanks to everyone at the bar who has been helping out. We've heard from the following individuals on the task force. We've heard from Shauna Willing with the CDC, Stephanie Lowe, the Ombudsman for Attorney Discipline. Judge Sue Carita was very helpful with the Grievance Oversight Committee. Molly Powers, the Department Director and Client Attorney Assistance Program person. Chris Ritter, Ray Cantu. And so, Ms. Culpepper, when you were saying you need some criminal lawyers with some experience in bar stuff, you got them now, because everybody on this committee, whatever area they're in, and there are a number of criminal lawyers, they've all been trained up like a person who has worked on one of these disciplinary committees. So please reach out to those folks. I'm sure they'd be happy to help. The task force has created subcommittees and is working in the areas of grievance reform, client reimbursement and how to expand those funds, and finally grievance process, the fair treatment for lawyers. We'll be presenting recommendations to this board by the April meeting. We'll start writing a report for that. And we're also planning to have some public input with listening sessions. That's my report in a nutshell. If there are any questions.
All right. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate y'all's hard work and look forward to hearing from you again. If nobody has any questions, we'll move on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you very much. Next, we have the work group on the courthouse access badge. David Sergi.
David, you might be on mute.
He had that problem earlier.
I did. Anyway, I'm going to keep this very brief because I think I am right before lunch, but basically we have been working with most all of the stakeholders to build on the bill that was submitted last year. We've talked to just about every group that opposed us last year, including law enforcement, the judiciary, court administrators, and others. We have gotten a lot of very valuable feedback. We have gotten some tentative commitments to support the bill. The one question that has been asked is, well, if we're not in the courthouse, why do we need the badges? And the thing is, we will be back in the courthouse at some point, hopefully in the next biennium. So, as I said, we have been working to put together a bill that we will run through the state bar process so that hopefully we can get this in front of the legislature this session. And my aim is within the next 2 weeks to have a final bill circulated throughout my committee. I will be happy to make that bill available to anyone who would like to get a copy of it. I'm really interested in finding out where the holes are and not where the donut is, so that we can get this thing through and build something that will actually work, that overcomes all of the opposition that has had in the past. So with that end in mind, I am going to turn you back over to Larry McDougall unless anybody has any questions and wants to keep us longer before lunch.
Okay, I'm not sure if Jerry's tapping to say he has a question or he's pushing something on his computer screen. Okay, all right. Thank you, David. I want to let everybody know that basically what we've done on that task force or work group is we've taken the lessons learned when Randy Sorrells had that bill filed, and we've expanded on it, and we believe we're going to have at least something to present that maybe get something done on that this session if possible. The other issue I had too was I talked about coming back for the board on this meeting on basically an advertisement review. We've decided to put that one off till April, and we're going to come before the board in April asking to put that together. And then finally, the last thing I have is an update on the real property at 1415 Lavaca Street. Just so you know, we are going to discuss that in closed session today, and we should answer all the questions and everything you have on that there. And with that, Mr. Chair, I surrender to you.
All right. Well, are there any comments from the directors about any of the reports made recently? All right. Seeing no hands, hearing no comments, we will break for lunch. Let's take a 25-minute lunch, and because it's 11:51, let's just say let's be back here at 12:15-ish. Let's call it 12:15. We will see you all back at 12:15. We're going to call it at 11:51. Thank you very much. Sorry, y'all. I think it's 12:15. Are we ready to get back going? Chelsea, we good?
We are good.
All right. Well, let's get started. We'll call the meeting to order at 12:16. James Webster, I gave you an extra minute, so I hope you were able to choke down your sandwich. All right, let's see. Before we start with our report from our president-elect, I just want to acknowledge something really quickly today. Today we are doing everything virtually. In the past, we've run these meetings, at least when we've done it apart. I've been at the bar building with our awesome staff, and today we're doing it virtually. And so they are all doing a fantastic job. All these mistakes that you're seeing today are on me completely. The delay, if I were just to tell you all about my morning very briefly to explain, I was sitting in my office in McKinney, Texas, and about 15 minutes before the meeting started, and my Wi-Fi dropped. No problem. I started to race home. My wife says, "Hey, you can't be in the house today." I said, "Okay." So I redirected to her office. I get here, and so we start about 15 minutes late. And as we take our first break, I realize I need to get a power cord. So I go into my wife's office to get a power cord. I sit in her rolling chair. The rolling chair falls out from under me, and I'm on my back in her office. I've cut my hand on our break. And so just to tell you, that's kind of been our day to day. Well, the reason I mention that is because we had another snafu that was on me. It's our fault, my fault. In one of our candidates' speeches in just a few moments ago, the first 30 to 45 seconds, we could hear everything she said, but we couldn't see Diane in the first 30 to 45 seconds on the video. And I've spoken to Diane, and she was so gracious to say, no big deal. We said we'd love to. I asked her if she wanted to give her speech again, and she said, no, of course not. But I just wanted to make sure you all knew that we were, one, aware of it, two, that it's on me, it's my fault, but that three, Diane said, no worries. And so I want to thank you to all of our candidates for chair again for being such wonderful candidates, wonderful directors, and we're looking forward to your leadership in the future. With that said, let's go to our president-elect, Miss Sylvia Barunda Firth. She may be mad at me because it's never easy to speak first after lunch. So, that may also be a problem. But Madam President-elect, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ginn. And thank you to everyone for being here today. And I'm going to say good morning, because as Steve and Carlos and Andy can tell you, in far west Texas, God's country, it's still morning. So we just had brunch. And it's great to see you all. As much as I wish it could be in person, and I wish we were in Tyler, I've only been to Tyler once, and that was with the Bar Foundation Board, and we were hosted by Buck, and he took us to a fabulous barbecue place, and I was looking forward to that experience again. But thank you, Christina, for the lovely hostess gift. It came yesterday, just right in time. So thank you very much. And hopefully someday we can make it out to Tyler or someplace, right? I hope we can travel next year. So get your vaccines, everybody, and let's get the show on the road. So I have a general report, and then I'm going to talk to you about the budget as well. So let's start with my general report. So on October 28th, we had the State Bar of Texas Focus on Diversity listening session, which I believe most of you were on. It was extremely well attended. It was the virtual panel discussion moderated by our past president, Lisa Tatum. It brought together Texas lawyers and bar leaders to discuss the impact of systemic racism and the recent events on the legal community, the role of the state bar, including limitations on bar activity under state law and federal court decisions, and the responsibility of lawyers as advocates and officers of the court with regard to those issues. The session was accredited for 0.75 hours of CLE ethics credit, and it's available to watch on demand on the Texas Bar CLE website under the free online classes link. So if you've not seen it, I encourage anyone who's listening to take the time and pull it up on your computer. With that, I'm going to switch over to the Budget Committee report. As President-elect, I chair. That's one of the honors that I have, chairing that. And we have some slides for you, so bear with me while we work through the slides. The State Bar's proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22 is included in your board packet. And if it's approved today, This proposed budget will be published in the March issue of the Texas Bar Journal. I'm going to be doing a high-level general report, and if you have any questions, Tracy Jarrett is online to help me answer those questions, or take a hard look at the numbers as presented. So let's get started. In December, the Budget Committee reviewed the proposed budget and unanimously voted to approve it for presentation to you today. I believe this is an overall fiscally responsible and a conservative budget. For the past 3 years, under the leadership of immediate past President Randy Sorrells and President Larry McDougall, the bar's focus has been to save money, bolster our reserves, and contribute to our capital funds. Because of their efforts, the board has increased reserves by 20% or $1.9 million, which brought the level of our minimum reserves to our long-term goal of 3 months of operating expenditures, or the amount of $11,059,004. The bottom line, as Alistair reported earlier today, that we're in great shape financially and continue to run the organization under strong financial business principles. So as you know, the purchase of 1450 Lavaca is still under consideration. This purchase is budgeted and it will reduce the minimum reserves, but any funds not used during that purchase will be returned to the reserves. The budget that I'm presenting to you today takes into account the potential purchase of the building. So I'm going to start with an overview of the general fund budget and then some of the key highlights that will help the bar enhance its services to the members and the public and to continue to improve the quality of legal services. So next slide. The proposed general fund budget for fiscal year 21-22 includes revenue receipts from reserves in the amount of $45,071,583 and has an equal amount of expenditures, transfers out and proposed board commitments. Receipts from reserves includes excess funds from the prior year's financial operations and will equal the total amount of board commitments intended to be spent in the current fiscal year. This results in the balanced budget, which you see graphically depicted there. On the next slide, you'll see the columns for the 21-22 proposed budget compared to the current year adopted budget. The proposed budget shows a total of a little more than $45 million for both revenues and expenditures. While the columns for fiscal year 2021, which represents the current fiscal year, shows about $48 million, you will notice that both revenues and expenditures have decreased by 6% or approximately $3 million, the same amount Alistair told you about this morning. The primary reason for the decrease in budget is due to a decrease in the receipts from reserves and the board committed expenditures. This category accounts for $2 million of the total $3 million decrease in total revenue and expenditures. The amount of receipts from reserves and board commitments included in the budget excludes prior year board committed funds and funds earmarked for minimum reserves. We'll go into detail on the board committed expenditures and the level of minimum reserves a little bit later in this presentation. When comparing the proposed operating budget of the State Bar to the last adopted budget, the operating revenues and expenditures are budgeted to decrease by approximately $1 million or just about 2%. The decrease in revenues is primarily from modest budgeting for revenue categories during the pandemic recovery period. Specifically, Texas Bar CLE and investment revenue contributed largely to the decrease in overall revenues. The expenditure comparison demonstrates the significant efforts of leadership to control spending in light of a pandemic. The primary savings came from controlling salary and benefits during this fiscal year, which enabled the budget for fiscal year 2022 to meet the decrease in revenues. This budget was drafted with the assumption that we will be able to hold in-person meetings during fiscal year of June 21 through May of 22. However, we'll be monitoring any changes going forward, and we have a plan in place to keep us to respond appropriately should the pandemic extend beyond the current budget year. So salaries and expenditures is the largest category of expense of the budget. This chart presents a comparison of budgeted salaries compared to the total budgeted expenditures of the bar. Over the past 10 years, this trend has remained stable at around 39 to 42% of total budgeted expenditures and transfers, which is in line with other state bars. Due to the uncertainty of the pandemic, leadership delayed merit increases to employees that would have added to base salaries. However, the good news is no employee was furloughed and employees continue to keep all of their benefits during the pandemic. This enabled the budget for salaries to remain at 41% of the total budgeted expenditures in the proposed budget, which, as we noted earlier, is in keeping with other state bars. Next slide. There are 3 annual transfers are included in the general revenue budget. So section 3.8 of the board policy manual requires the first 2 of the annual transfers, $288,800 annual transfer to the Texas Law Center Building Fund, which is a capital projects fund used to replace capital equipment at the Law Center. The second is a $500,000 transfer to the Client Security Fund. This transfer is $200,000 above the required annual transfer required by the board policy manual. Next, a $500,000 annual transfer to the technology fund will be used to lease and maintain the bar's computer equipment and printers, and will also fund the purchase of software and software maintenance agreement. This year, board commitments for the Client Security Fund, the Building Fund, and the Tech Fund are included in this budget in addition to these annual transfers. Next slide. Oh, actually, yes. Section 3.206 of the board policy manual specifies 4 areas to consider for maintaining adequate reserves. These include operating expenditure reserves, litigation expenditure reserves, capital asset replacement reserves, and funding for new programs. Funding for the operating expenditures reserve and litigation expenditures reserve was considered by the Audit and Finance Committee and the Budget Committee, and funding for these reserves will be covered on the next slide. The capital asset replacement reserves are adequately funded through the annual transfer to the Building Fund, which was shown on the previous slide. Lastly, there's no need to allocate funds in the minimum reserve for new programs for fiscal year 21 and 22. Next slide. On the Budget Committee's duties each year, one of the Budget Committee's duties each year is to make a recommendation to the board regarding the commitment of any increase in the fund balance resulting from the previous year's financial activities. The audit for fiscal year 1920 has been completed, and the total amount available for commitment by the State Bar Board is $4,333,072 for the fiscal year 21-22 budget. Of this amount, $3,366,405 comes from the excess funds from the fiscal year 1920 financial operations, and $966,667 is a redesignation of 2 prior year board commitments. The Budget Committee is recommending the following board commitments. A summary of these commitments is also included on behind tab 4 in your board materials in a document that's entitled Minimum Reserves and Commitment of Increase in Fund Balance. Well, I'll go through them for you. There are 10. So the first is to commit $1,500,000 to replenish the level of minimum reserves from 2.1 months to 2.5 months for operating expenditures, bringing the total amount held in reserve to $9,140,350. This takes into account the potential of the Lavaca building. Number 2, commit $250,000 to raise the balance maintained in the legal reserve account. This precautionary commitment will increase the reserve for payments to outside counsel for the State Bar of Texas and will bring the total reserve to $350,000. Commit $25,000 to raise the balance maintained as a reserve for future presidential initiatives to approximately $200,000. The balance in the presidential initiatives account is not reflective of money to be spent in any given year, but it is maintained to ensure that money is set aside and available for future initiatives. Number 4, commit $400,000 to the Client Security Fund. This commitment will be funded at the rate of $200,000 for each of the next 2 fiscal years. In addition to the $500,000, the annual transfer from the general fund described earlier. And this commitment would make the amount available for payment of claims equal to $700,000. Number 5, commit $114,674 to fund payment of additional insurance expenses. This commitment will ensure that appropriate insurance is available to the bar. Number 6, commit $15,000 to host the ABA Young Lawyers Division Summit event. This is a one-time expense and something the TYLA is very excited about. Number 7, commit $515,000 for the Texas Access to Justice Foundation's Student Loan Repayment Assistance Program. This board has funded the student loan repayment program at this level for the last 10 years. Attorneys are eligible for this program if they work full-time for Texas legal aid programs that meet certain requirements. Number 8, commit $513,398 to the State Bar's Technology Fund. This commitment will fund, in part, the purchase and maintenance of the State Bar's technological hardware and software, including computers, printers, software, and software maintenance and upgrades. In addition, it will fund special capital projects, including the procurement of a new Chief Disciplinary Counsel case management software. Number 9, commit $500,000 for operations of the Lavaca building. This commitment will maintain a 2-year reserve account for operating expenses associated with the purchase of the 1415 Lavaca building. Anticipated expenses include utilities, security, maintenance, and other operating expenses. And finally, commit $500,000 for the renovation and repair of the Lavaca building. The exact amount that's needed for the necessary renovations and or repairs for the Lavaca building are not yet determined. However, this reserve will provide funds to cover these expenses as they become necessary should we purchase the building. That's the end of the budget proposal. And I stand ready to answer questions or have Tracy help me answer questions. And the Budget Committee moves that the State Bar's proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 budget be approved for publication in the March 2021 issue of the Texas Bar Journal.
Thank you, Madam President-elect. Is there any discussion coming from a committee? No second is needed. If you will raise your hand, I see Director Fisher has his hand raised, but if any others have questions or comment, go to either the reaction tab, and if you hit that reaction, there will be a bar that says raise hand, or the participant tab and raise your hand so we can see that you're there. Director Fisher, you have the floor. Steve, you're muted.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to say that's a really good job that you guys have done, because if I recall, and someone can correct me, the 2023 budget is really just about the same as the 2016, 2017 budget, maybe $1 million off. So that's really impressive. And it doesn't look like you've cut out a lot of things. I mean, we're still going to have meals at the meetings, right? And people from El Paso aren't going to have to walk. We wouldn't do that, Sylvia. But no, I really like that. I looked through it, and we're maintaining good quality. And people who want to criticize the bar on the fact that we just spend more and more money and taking everybody's money, I'll help get the word out. But they need to know that's a huge cut. That's really good, really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And no, Steve, we're going to make them come to us if we ever get to travel. So they'll be all coming to El Paso.
Any other comments or questions regarding the proposed budget motion? Hearing none, seeing none. All those in favor, please respond by unmuting yourself and saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to report a little bit on the work that's been done by the State Bar, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. And thank you all again for your support in creating that task force. So we've had two meetings, one on November 12th and one on December 10th. During the first meeting, we spent some time getting to know one another and discussed the task force's purpose and goals, and learned about existing state bar diversity initiatives. It's always a concern that, because we've given so much focus to this, that people who are not watching the state bar may not be aware of all the work that has already been done and continues to be done, and the great initiatives that are in place. So we started our meeting with reviewing all of those. Karen Shevins came and presented she's our support staff, and she presented to the group. The task force was asked to brainstorm and submit ideas, and those ideas were reviewed during the December meeting. So we've decided to break up into some subcommittees, and we're working on in the following areas: CLE and education, communications, pipeline issues, administrative issues, and implicit bias. Our next meeting will be held on January 28th, and past President Martha Dickey will be with us to go over the last task force report that was done. So remember, part of what we want to do is to update with regard to that work. So she's going to share with us the work that was done, and Karen will update with what has actually been implemented from that task force, what remains to be done. And we're also going to participate in our own implicit bias training as a group on February 16th with Dr. Reeves, the same trainer that the board had. The second report I need to give you all is with regard to the committee review task force. As President-elect, I chair that committee. And there was a committee appointed to review the bar's standing committees. The State Bar Act requires us to conduct a comprehensive review of the standing committees biennially to determine two things: whether there is a continued need for each committee and whether there is unnecessary overlap of committee activities. The task force will meet with each of the committee chairs and review the activities for each committee over the past 2 years. The committee review process has in the past led to some very positive changes with regard to the longstanding committee structure, and we look forward to another thorough review by our committee task force. Our goal is to complete our final report by the April board meeting, and we'll outline our recommendations for the executive committee and the board at that time. And thank you to the members of the task force who are working on it, and that's Wendy Adele Humphrey, Charlie Ginn, Michael Smith, James Wester, and again, also I'm the chair. And that will conclude my report, but I also want to thank you all, because as part of the consent agenda, you approved my first appointments as president-elect. So I'm very proud of that appointment group. It's very diverse and talented individuals, and I'm looking forward to my further committee assignments in the coming months. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Madam President-elect. We are so excited for the work that you're doing, and thank you for all the work on the budget. We are looking forward to your leadership next year. With that, we will go to our immediate past president, Mr. President Randy Sorrells. Mr. Sorrells, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Charlie. I was really impressed with the 5 candidates for board chair. Not only the message that they brought, but with the courage each of them showed in putting their names in the ring. And when we know only one of the 5 will win, I think they really serve as an inspiration to all of us. And I want to encourage you all as this year winds down, because I don't know that we're going to meet again in person, but I want to encourage you all as we start the year and move towards the end of the bar year to really challenge yourselves and look for opportunity. You know, my journey for this position started back in the summer of 2017. Someone had come to me concerned about the direction of the bar. That person said many people shared these concerns, not because of the bar staff or because of the elected board leadership, but because there was an anti-bar message that was quickly gaining momentum. Momentum and support through misinformation campaign that composed of a powerful email database. They had put together nearly 70,000 lawyer email addresses. The anti-bar proponents had developed a social media messaging plan. that could take a message and spread it quicker than wildfire. And there was really little that the established bar leaders at the time could do to counter this message without being negatively labeled as being part of the problem. So misinformation and untruths and falsities created a sensational story, and stories that were actually hard to rebut, even with irrefutable facts and figures from bar leadership. And this is around the time that Trey was coming in, so he came into a real storm as well. The forces that opposed the bar were becoming more powerful with every email blast, every social media post. Frankly, they had the bar on its heels, playing defense instead of working on our progress. That person in June of 2017 encouraged me, and that's why I'm talking to you, because I want to encourage each of you all. Several more people contacted me and encouraged me to run for president-elect of the state bar. These weren't in my life's plans. I'd never set my eyes on running to become president of the state bar. I did not have the courage to put my name in to be board chair. At that time, my family, my law practice were my focus. And so, I had to look, what were my chances? These people had a huge database of emails. They had momentum. I was told I would face a very well-funded opponent. And you may not recall this, but we were two petition candidates. And when the board went on to try to find candidates, no one wanted to run. It was a scary race. I wasn't afraid to lose, but I didn't want to get into a losing race, and the odds were against me. But I was reminded of that phrase that says, don't limit your challenges, challenge your limits. So I decided to take the chance and take the challenge. Great timing on my part. I began the campaign in mid-August 2017, right before Hurricane Harvey dumped, I think it's estimated 15 trillion gallons of water on the Houston and surrounding areas. Our office took on 12 feet of water in our first floor. The hurricane shut down our city, which created more of a challenge for me in trying to get a campaign off the ground, because my opponent came out right afterwards from the Dallas area. And she had a great name, and of course had that messaging and branding that was building momentum. That flood, though, turned out to be an opportunity, because I was forced to go out and visit other parts of the state. It got me out of my comfort zone, out of my flooded office, and it had me out meeting lawyers and shaking hands. That's right, we used to shake hands as lawyers. Listening to people, listening to thousands of lawyers, listening to their concerns about the bar, developing new ideas and innovations, and formulating plans to turn around the anti-bar momentum all the way around. Many encouragers, including many of you all, kept me going. When I called the bar president just to get the bar president-elect to get his blessing, he said, I'm sorry, I'm not going to support you. I'm supporting your opponent. And that was discouraging. But then I had the other past presidents to say, you got to just give it your best shot. And when the election was over, the message of hope for our bar, improvement for our bar, and the progress for our bar prevailed. I tell you this because I'm really proud of the next 3 races after mine. The next president's race, the race after that, and now the current race brought candidates who carry the same message. Let's keep improving our bar and our profession for the better. In this current election, we have 2 candidates who are not only powerful lawyers, but they're powerful listeners. The winner will, this election will hear the critics of the bar, not ignore them, incorporate ideas, and help progress our profession. President McDougall, and you just heard President-elect Firth, have great ideas for change, and we all know change is good. So becoming an officer of the state bar turned out to be one of the best things that ever happened to me, and I encourage you all to consider it. It's something that allowed me to meet all of you all in a setting where we get to debate and advance policies and procedures for our profession. And as someone said earlier, we get to forge relationships that will last a lifetime. A byproduct, we get exposed to other opportunities. And I'm telling you this because I was recently approached with an opportunity that reminded me that change and challenge is something that we all need to regularly embrace. It helps us grow. So I announced recently, most of you know, after 30 years at my firm, I've decided to explore a new challenge, and I'm really excited about it. That said, I want to acknowledge my friends at the old firm, which are still my friends today. When I took over the management of Abraham Watkins 25 years ago, it was frankly dying a slow death. We had shrunk to a very small number of lawyers. The most profitable partners had left. Change was needed in every aspect of the firm. New ideas to recruit and retain legal talent was a must. There were a lot of white men at the firm, but with steady progress of ideas, I grew the firm in diversity to a level where we have more lawyers, more revenue, more energy than ever. I got to hire all the partners that I worked with. all of whom are talented and hardworking, but it's time for a new challenge and new change. So I'm leaving the firm in good hands with my partner and fellow board member, Benny Augusto, taking over the reins. Excited to announce he's managing the firm and he's going to do a great job. You can tell from my background, he's let me stay in my office for a little longer. And I'm going to be in this office for a while, still handling plaintiffs' cases in the personal injury and business litigation. Excited about what the future lies ahead and hope to work with you all in some type of joint venture. And I want to thank my old firm for the support they've given me. I like a challenge, but I encourage you to like a challenge and embrace change. Ben Franklin said, when you're finished changing, you're finished. Well, I'm about to finish my time in the state bar leadership, but I'm not finished, and I know none of you all are either. Opportunities come at us when we least expect it. When you're approached with an opportunity that you never imagined would come, think hard about turning it down. At this time in our world history where challenges are around every corner, I encourage each of you to embrace each challenge and grow for the better. I encourage all 5 of you who are running for board chair to really stay involved if you don't win, because you have so much to offer, and you don't have to be board chair to be state bar president. So I encourage you to consider doing that. This morning, the thought of the day from Guy Choate, who ran for bar president and did not win, came up just coincidentally. It said, 20 years from now, you'll be more disappointed by the things you didn't do than by the things you did. So throw off the bowlines, sail away from the safe harbor, catch the trade winds in your sails, explore and dream. I hope I can see all of you again in person. I'm not sure it's going to happen in June, but I'll keep my fingers crossed. But for now, I wish each of you a healthy and prosperous 2021. And I can't wait to see each of you reach new heights, both professionally and personally, over the next year. I really appreciate you, Charlie, giving me a little bit of time to talk and to address our fellow board members, and I wish you all the very best. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Randy. And I know we all wish you success in your new adventures. And I saw that quote by Guy, and man, how great is that? That's wonderful words. Thank you for your report, Randy. Any comments or questions from the directors? Hearing none, seeing none, we'll move on to the next portion of our agenda. Item number 12, that is the Commission for Lawyer Discipline and the Chief Disciplinary Counsel. I believe that Ms. Gina Bunn is going to be giving our report today. Gina, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and belated Happy New Year. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon, and I've got 2 topics that I want to discuss with you. First, just some statistics from fiscal year 2021 so far. That would be June 1st through November 30th, 2020. There have been 193 complaints resolved through 158 sanctions. These are the sanctions that have been imposed between June 1st and November 30th. We've had 10 disbarments, 8 resignations in lieu of discipline, 43 suspensions, 14 public reprimands, 46 private reprimands, 37 grievance referral program participants. And in addition, during this period of time, $143,437 has been collected in the means of attorney's fees revenue, and that again is through November 2020. Of course, I've been, this is my 6th and final year on the Commission for Lawyer Discipline. It's been a very rewarding experience and a privilege to serve in that capacity and to see the good work that's done, the very professional work that's done by Shauna Willing as our Chief Disciplinary Counsel and her talented and professional staff. The second issue that I wanted to talk about, and we've got some materials that were included in your packets, information about the grievance committee appointment process and the importance of it and recalling it. As you know, this process begins in February of each year. board members nominate local committee members when vacancies occur, and then it's actually the president who makes the final appointments. In doing this this work, we ask that you communicate to potential nominees the time commitment that's required, just to make sure they have appropriate expectations going into this, because it is a commitment. It's a very important commitment, particularly those public members. Also, please consider diversity, both in ethnicity and gender, and also in areas of practice. And that's important on these the committees. Also, please be aware that the duty to fulfill vacancies continues throughout the year in the event of a vacancy. And when vacancies remain unfilled, it really creates a burden on everyone involved in the process. So it's important to make these selections in a thoughtful but timely manner. And please, as you go through this process, communicate with your regional council. They can really help you in this process. So I would encourage you to do that. And that's really all that I have this afternoon, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bunn, for your work and for your service these last 6 years. We appreciate it. Do we have any questions or comments from the directors? Seeing no hands, hearing nothing. Thank you very much, Ms. Bunn. And we will move to the next item of our agenda. We'll come back to our immediate past president, Mr. Sorrells, and the man who I consider to be the best dressed in the bar. That is one Jerry Alexander, our immediate past chair. The floor is y'all's, gentlemen.
I'm going to defer to Jerry because he even gets face masks that match his suits. So surely he deserves the floor more than me.
Jerry, are you with us?
I am. The Nominations and Elections Subcommittee, we have two wonderful candidates for president of the state bar. The election, they both agreed to not start campaigning until right about now. So you should be getting some contacts from them. You are allowed to campaign for a candidate if you would like to. There's nothing that prevents you from doing that, or you don't have to if you don't want to. We really can't go wrong with either one. The process will continue, and then we'll have a vote like we did, probably like we did last year, and we'll get a new president-elect. And that's really about, I think, about all we have to say, unless Randy has something else.
I just think to remind you all, bar directors, we have 10 bar director positions that are open. The bar director positions you can petition, and it's not easy to get. So encourage those of you who are being replaced, encourage your entire community to get involved, the lawyers to really consider running, because I think contested elections bring out the best of us. They can get their petitions in by March 1st. And then the race, as Jerry said, is from April 1st to April 30th. Contested elections also in bar director positions also drive up the participation in the regular election. So having contested elections is helpful for a lot of different reasons. And as Jerry said, we're going to have the challenges of voting again this time, I think, as we did last time. So vote early and vote often, as we said a couple of months ago here in America.
Absolutely. Yeah, well said. Thank you both for your work on that report. Any comments from directors? All right, Director Fisher, I see your hand. You have the floor, sir. Might need to unmute yourself though, Steve.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, I do have quite a bit to say on the elections. You know, one of the things about people running for director, I always encourage people to run for director. There's quite a few people this year. It's a little bit tougher. But let's talk about the elections. Many of you, including Randy, ran on election reform. When Randy was talking about these people that were sending emails and against him, he wasn't talking about me. I helped manage his campaign. And we really need to do that. I'm being as diplomatic as I can, and I'm going to get an award from Chad for doing that. But we cannot by any way means justify the low turnout we have in the elections. I've heard it for 10 years, and an election where there's 2 months and very few people voting, it's not right, and we're deluding ourselves to say that we're giving people a real difference, real choices. The people that run are mostly of the same beliefs. One thing that's going to come up, I'm trying to, I don't know how else to say this, but in next year, it's likely that one of two people are going to run, and they're going to run by petition. And I want you to understand, I know that Larry thing was contentious and everything. And I said at that time about the freedom of speech, and we can't censor them, we can't remove them. I've taught constitutional law. There is going to be a huge problem if you guys try to enforce the rule that says you cannot start getting signatures until September. And let me tell you why. Number one, there's a statute in place, 81019. I've memorized it over the years. That sets out what you can do, what qualifications you can. You guys are changing the intent and the effect of that statute by saying, yeah, you have to do it by 30 days before, and now you're going to have to do it starting this date. That's the minor problem. The other problem, once again, is freedom of speech. For the bar or for anybody to curtail one of these major freedoms, and everybody's taken constitutional law, there has to be a compelling state interest. For instance, if somebody goes and yells that we're going to take over the White House and let's go and bring our guns and stuff, well, the compelling state interest is safety, less loss of life, disruption of government. The compelling state interest for the bar is, well, we don't like people campaigning year round. I just don't think that would make it. And I want to save the bar from the problems that can and very likely will arise. So I ask you guys on elections, I mean, there's all this other talk about lowering the signature requirement. There is a tiny constitutional problem with that. And I do want to speak to that committee. So I hope that I'm invited and we can discuss this in a friendly manner. My motive here is really so that we don't get the bar in a huge controversy of being anti-democratic and running over the Constitution for people who want to run independently. That guy that spoke this morning, Mr. Rich Robbins, I mean, he's right. Allowing independent candidates gives people a lot more choice. It makes it brings the turnout way up. I didn't have the numbers, he did. And so it's something that we need to do, and that so many of you from Larry had a plan to make it 500. I thought that was too low. Andrew was in on that. Laura Gibson said 1,500. I think Randy said 1,500. And almost everybody that I talked to didn't run for director. I didn't ask anything for them, but they all would agree. So let's really work on this. Give me the opportunity to speak to you guys, and we'll have a nice discussion. And I listen to the other side. Tell me why I'm wrong. Thanks for the time, Charlie. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jerry, for serving on there.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Any other comments or discussion regarding this topic? All right. I'm not seeing any. Thank you again to Randy and Jerry for running this committee. Larry, your turn is next year, so I'm not thanking you yet. I'll thank you next year. But thank you, Jerry and Randy, for your work. With that, let's move to the next portion of Section 13, and that is our policy manual subcommittee update from Chair of that committee, Adam Schrammick. Adam, are you with us?
I am. Thanks, Charlie. So as you all know, there are two things that have been really taking our time up. It's coming up with a board code of conduct arising out of the special meetings we had, as well as looking at additional ways that we can vet presidential election, president-elect candidates. One of the big issues we've been focusing, of course, is, as Steve Fisher mentions, the First Amendment implications of really, kind of both of those issues, primarily with the code of conduct. We've been working on getting a code together. It started 25 pages. I think after the last meeting, it's down to 7 pages. We're really working to get it right. I was hoping we'd have a draft to share at this meeting, but it was obvious we needed to continue to get it, to work on it and to get it right, because the last thing we want to do is come to you with a code of conduct that would create problems, right? We want to fix problems. We want to find solutions. And so our expectation is that by April, we will have a final code of conduct to distribute to the board, and then to have that voted upon by the last meeting of this bar year. The same kind of schedule we're working on with the vetting process for president-elect candidates. I'll be very frank. We have had a lot of open discussions about all the issues of that we've been facing as far as social media posts and all these things. And our guiding principle is making sure that when a president-elect candidate comes to this board, when the nominations committee has selected 2 people, that this board has everything it needs to know in order to make a meaningful vote. And the same thing for the attorneys in Texas. And so if there's something out there, we want to try to make sure that we have a process to get it. We've looked at vetting processes for federal judge, for Governor Abbott appointees. We've looked at lots of different procedures, and we're working to put together something that both is meaningful and yet simple and easy to implement, right? Because we don't want to turn these into some sort of large investigations. So rest assured, we're on it. We're looking at all the different aspects and avenues, and we hope in April to actually give you policies to look at, think about, and then we can discuss and vote on them in June. That's it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you for the work that you guys are doing. Excuse me, you wonderful directors are doing on that committee. We appreciate it very, very much. All right, let's go to our next. We're moving beyond number 14 because Alistair's already given us his report. So let's move on to number 15, the discipline and client attorney assistance. First portion of that is DCAT with my friend, Director Steve Naylor. Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our report is a follow-up to the action that we took at the last board meeting in September. You may recall that the board referred ABA Model Rule 8.4G and Texas Disciplinary Rule 5.08 to the DCAP committee for study to determine whether any further recommendations should have been made. We want to give an update on our progress. The committee has met several times to discuss these items. We reviewed a number of materials regarding Model Rule 8.4G, including the following: existing court challenges, transcripts from our September board meeting, and the public comments that we received from the Texas lawyers. Scholarly law review articles, a review of similar policies adopted by state bars throughout the country, and several attorney general's opinions. We found that there are many complexities to this rule, to the model rule, not only legal complexities, but also political. You all may also recall the majority of the public testimony that we heard on September 2nd meeting was in strong opposition to the model rule. Our research showed that the rule is considered to be controversial at the least. Nationally, only a handful of states have adopted the rule or something similar. At the time we looked at this, there were questions about the constitutionality.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the constitutionality of the rule, including concerns about it being overly broad and vague. There's also opinions from 5 state attorney generals that indicate that the model rule is unconstitutional: Alaska, Louisiana, South Carolina, Texas, and Tennessee. Based on all of these complexities, the committee voted unanimously that no further action should be taken on Model Rule 8.4G, which means our recommendation to the board is that we would not move forward in the rulemaking process. Subsequent to that decision, the federal court in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania considered a challenge to Pennsylvania's recent amendment to its disciplinary rules to implement a rule with similar language as Model Rule 8.4G. Similar to what we're talking about with our 508, they were trying to shape their rules to make it similar. The court issued its order in December, ruling that the proposed changes violated the First Amendment. Therefore, as requested by the board, the committee is also looking at Rule 5.08 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct. The rule addresses prohibited discriminatory activities in connection with the adjudicatory proceedings. We are gathering information from the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office, including anecdotal information about what they are seeing in the disciplinary system. We will continue to look at these issues and report our progress back to the board. That concludes our report. I want to thank you for the chance, but I really want to thank the DCAP committee for all the hard work they have put in looking at all these other states and the model rule.
Absolutely. Thank you much. I know we have a couple of hands raised. Miss Mary Scott, did I miss you from the previous report, or did you want to speak on this? I saw your hand and I didn't know if I missed you. So
yeah,
you got the floor.
My comment had to do with Adam's report. So I'm on the DCAP committee, so I'm good with Steve's report.
I'll tell you what, because I goofed on that. As soon as we're done with this report, we can recognize your comment on the policy manual, if that's okay. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. All right. So I think Director Jason Smith, you had your hand up on this section.
I did. I'm disappointed to hear that the committee doesn't want to take action in light of all of the comments we had at the July meeting, including the comments from the African American bar section about asking us to consider to adopt this. And I just wondered if the DCAP committee invited the African American section that recommended that we adopt 8.4G as part of its discussions to hear their point of view.
No, right. The DCAP committee did not have any. I think we had a few people join that were not members of the committee, but I don't believe we had any from those groups. No.
Okay. Well, I would just note that the 5 attorney generals who have issued opinions on this all have a certain political perspective. We have laws that prohibit discrimination in employment, and those have been held not to violate the First Amendment. And prohibiting discrimination in the practice of law does not violate anyone's First Amendment rights. I'm very disappointed to hear that we did not listen to all of the folks that testified in July about the existence of institutional discrimination in the daily practice of law. And I'm sad that we didn't heed their call to do something about discrimination.
Thank you for your comments, Director Smith. Do we have any other comments about this report? Hearing none, thank you for the work, Director Naylor, and for your committee's work. I know you've done a lot of work on this, and we appreciate you very much. With that,
Chairman, hi, this is Lydia Mount. I don't know how to raise my hand. I was trying to figure that out.
Sure.
I had a question. I understand that we're not going to move forward with looking at that particular rule. I don't know if this would be the time to mention my question or if it's at a later time. But
sure.
even if we're not looking at this particular rule, are we looking at possible changes to address other conduct? I know there's an issue about the constitutionality of this rule where it affects a person's speech. But what about a change to the rules that have to do with a person's actual physical conduct? And I'm mentioning this specifically because there was an instance on social media where an attorney here in Texas, a woman, had her posterior grabbed by a male opposing counsel. And I don't know what in fact the end result was as far as the state bar, but locally with regard to criminal matter, it turned out to be a Class C misdemeanor. It was a slap on the hand, basically a fine. And that was it. I don't know if anything else has happened or if anything else could happen, but I think something should happen because I don't think opposing counsel should have grabbed her posterior. I believe there was a comment made, he does stuff like that to throw people off. Well, I think that's a huge huge problem that needs to be addressed. And whether or not this rule addresses it, a rule should address that.
I think the 8.4G, and I'm not an expert on this rule, but I think the discontinued discussion on that is separate and apart from the continued discussion of what you're describing. I know the DCAP is still going to go forward and review 5.08 of the TDRPC. And I know the discipline committee, the DCAP committee is still discussing what you're describing. So no, I do not think that the model rule 8.4G dismisses any of what you've just described. I think that's still being worked on, but I'll let Director Naylor answer that better than I just did.
Thank you. Lydia, Director Mount, I was used to saying Lydia in our committees. Yes, we are still looking at those very types of instances through 5.08. Sean Willing has, with the State Bar, is gathering information, anecdotal information we're talking about on those types of actions. And that is what we are looking at in reshaping or rewording or whatever you want to call it, 5.08. So those types of incidents are being looked at, and we hope to have something for that.
And if I could say 8.4G.
Please wait to be recognized, just so we're keeping it no crosstalk. You have the floor, but let's keep it efficient, okay? Sorry to be a jerk.
Thank you, Director Naylor.
You're welcome.
I want everyone to be clear. 8.4G is aimed at specifically the types of conduct that that Director Mount just brought up, as well as firing law firms, firing people because of race or sex. Those are also covered. That's not First Amendment, that's actions. And hopefully that language will be made a part of the other provision.
Thank you, Director Smith. And again, I appreciate it. Sorry for any confusion on my end. Any other comments on this section? All right, hearing none, seeing none. I do want to go back to Director Scott because I feel bad that I missed you, Mary. I'm so sorry. Regarding the Policy Manual Committee, did you have a comment or a question?
Oh, my only question had to do with, I thought what Director Schrammick was talking about were candidates that came through the State Bar Committee as opposed to petition candidates and vetting of petition candidates. And if we're looking at trying to make the election more accessible to other lawyers, either by reducing the number of signatures required or whatever else we end up doing, is there a process for vetting those lawyers too, or is that not part of this discussion, or what Adam's committee was doing?
Director Schrammick, I'll let you.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. And we have talked about that, right? As we've gone through the various forms of what are these policies going to look like, it's would they apply to petition candidates? Currently, the focus is only on the candidates that are going through the process in order to receive approval of the board to be the official candidates that the board puts forward for State Bar President. So the focus is really on making sure we see anything in their background that the board should know about before it makes its vote and gives that endorsement, which is very different from a petition candidate who doesn't go through the board, who goes out and gets 5,000, however many it is, other attorneys to say, yes, I want this person on the ballot. And so we're really focused at it from the point of view of the person who we put the rubber stamp on, and I don't mean rubber stamp, but the approval on, right? To say, yes, these are the two candidates we're going to put forward as an organization for State Bar President, and make sure we're not surprised on the back end as to the people we put forward. That's the current thought process. There are still discussions about whether or not, there should be other disclosures for petition candidates, but really our focus right now is on our internal selection process.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question, Mary?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's move on to number 17. We're going to come back to 15 subpart B in just a few minutes, but number 17, which is the the Public Services and Education Committee and Legislative Policy Subcommittee update with our chair, Ms. Emily Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Ginn. The Legislative Policy Subcommittee completed its review of our sections proposed legislation last fall. And right now our sections are advancing their legislation in their name and on behalf of the State Bar as well. Importantly, this week, the legislature convened its regular session, although both houses are recessed until the January 26th, until next week. And I would encourage you and the public to tune in online when they do reconvene and take a look at the proceedings. I'd like to thank Kaylin Laney and Christina McGuire again for their diligence in our legislative subcommittee process, the board process, and then also throughout this session. The Governmental Relations Department does send out a Friday update, which I believe came in your inbox at about 5 o'clock this morning. So I would encourage you to subscribe to that and keep up with what is going on in Austin. The Senate committees were appointed this week by the Lieutenant Governor, and there is a list and a link to those appointments in the Friday update. So we're in for a regular session. It's going to be a session like no other because of COVID, of course. You all will be able to see, everybody will be able to see what goes on online, and that is just a great resource. So I'd encourage you to pay attention. If anything comes to your attention, I know that I and the State Bar staff, the Governmental Relations Department, are ready to answer any questions that you may have as we proceed. And that concludes the Legislative Policy Subcommittee report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Miller. You're always so fantastic at what you do. We appreciate all your energy and your efforts. Do we have any comments or questions for Director Miller? All right, not seeing any, we'll move on. Thanks, Emily. We'll move on to number 18, the Administration Committee with Director James Wester. Director Wester, are you here? Do you have internet service out at Amarillo?
Yeah, we've got the squirrels pedaling downstairs as fast as they can. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no general report, but I did want to take an opportunity. You know, Sherry Goldsberry's been chairing the committee that's going to present the strategic plan. And I just want to take an opportunity to thank her for a lot of work in taking the work that we as a board, the State Bar staff and State Bar leadership back in August, you know, we had that strategic planning retreat, and she's gone through with the committee and synthesized that down to something that she's going to present to you. And I just wanted to thank her for her leadership. And since Director Crane has not yet given a report, I would be remiss if I didn't remind all of our directors that you, in fact, are our Texas treasure. With that, I yield the floor back to you.
We're going to stop that. We're going to stop that very quickly, James. Thank you. I guess now we're going to turn it over to, I guess it's now Judge Sherry Goldsberry, Director Judge Sherry Goldsberry. Congratulations from the board. I know that's exciting. Judge Goldsberry, are you with us?
I am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So today we're excited to present a major update to the strategic plan, which is included in your materials. This plan is the culmination of the board's hard work and input during the retreat that we had back in July and follow-up meetings and work by the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee. We appreciate the expertise and direction provided by our consultant, Ms. Elizabeth Derrico. She helped us capture the essence of our operations and our strategic direction and goals, and she provided a template for setting priorities going forward. We are all very impressed with the new format. I hope you take a moment or have already taken a moment to look over it. And we believe that will serve the State Bar and our future boards very well. Big thanks to Elizabeth, to John Sermon, and to the subcommittee, and also to public member Michael Vasquez, who volunteered his time, and former director David Kent for providing input and assistance. At the April board meeting, we plan to present a new set of performance measures based on the updated plans. And so at this time, I would move that the board approve the strategic plan for the 2021 to 2026 years as included in your materials.
Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, seeing no hands. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Your Honor, is there anything else you need to report to us?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We appreciate all your work. So now we're going to move to number 19, the MCLE committee with Mr. John Boyce. Mr. Boyce, are you with us? I see you, Mr. Boyce, but you might need to unmute. Yeah, you're still muted. There you go.
Okay, there I am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Jen and President McDougall, if you're in the room. I'm John Boyce. I am the current chair of the Minimum Continuing Legal Education Committee. You all charged us in the, I think in July and September to look into two issues. First issue was that the state bar minimum continuing legal education consider making implicit bias training an MCL requirement for Texas attorneys, and that we return with a recommendation to you all by today. The second request in September was that we study and report back regarding the possibility of categorizing CLE courses on the subject of mental health, substance abuse, wellness, things like that, as eligible for legal ethics, professional responsibility credit. Okay. Now, we have diligently carried out your charge. I appointed a subcommittee to do a lot of the research around the country on what other states are doing in this respect. We looked at, we focused on kind of three different models. One is a Missouri model, one's an Illinois model, and one is a Florida model. And so the subcommittee did their work and reported back to the full committee in September, and then we debated it for quite a while. And basically our conclusion is that we think that there is a need to offer Texas attorneys the opportunity to receive ethics credit for implicit bias type courses and attorney wellness to fulfill the ethical course accreditation requirements. It's very important to us that we maintain our very high accreditation standards that we already have. But nonetheless, do it in such a way that creates a pathway, if you will, for recognizing this kind of bias and attorney wellness courses to be included. So we do not think it should be made mandatory. We think it's more of, if you will, kind of a cafeteria approach to this right now. So anyway, that's our recommendation. And the next step would be for us to actually draft some very narrowly tailored regulations so that we just don't open the door to, you know, a whole kitchen sink worth of programs. And that will be the challenge, because we want to have an opportunity for those programs, but at the same time maintain our very high standards of accreditation. I want to compliment Lowry Kraft, Erica Rodriguez, and Jean Major, who have been very conscientious staff members and have been there for us in our work, and it's taken quite a bit of time. So thank you. I thank you for the opportunity to serve the State Bar. It's a fabulous organization, does a lot for the lawyers of Texas, and I'm here to answer any questions you'd like to ask me.
Okay, so I see some hands raised. Director Calvillo, the floor is yours. You might unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes, Mr. Boyce, thank you very much for all the service that you've done to the bar, for the bar over the years, especially in arbitration and mediation service. I've gotten to work with you in that space over the years, and I know you're very diligent and dedicated to that work. So first of all, thank you for that. The second thing is on this charge that your committee was given. Did you consider the possibility of making instead of making it maybe not making the requirement mandatory every year, but maybe every other year? The example that I use is in Boy Scouts, for example. I'm a scout leader, and we're required to do what's called youth protection training every 2 years. And I think that I just had that experience here in the last 2 weeks of having to do that. Also, I'm involved in my church, and the Catholic Church requires that those of us that have some involvement with youth also do it, but every 3 years. And so I wonder, did your committee explore that? Maybe not making it an annual requirement, and maybe some sort of alternating basis.
David, thank you for the question. No, we did not. I don't think we debated whether we do it every year, every other year. That really never came up. We just think in a general way that it should not be made mandatory. And I mean, I guess we could talk about that too, but that was not what the full committee recommended or the subcommittee. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Smith, I see your hand is raised. You've got the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Boyce, for all your work on this. We heard from a lot of African-American and Hispanic and other minority and women and other minority members of the bar in our July meeting who recounted instance after instance of what they characterized as institutional racism in the bar. And that is why we referred this. Did the committee reach out to anyone like with the African-American section of the Texas bar or the Mexican-American, any Mexican-American bar organizations to get input as to whether or not we should take this action?
Yes, we did. We, as I think you know, an email went out to all the attorneys of Texas, I don't know, I think in the August, September timeframe, requesting commentary on that. We received quite a bit of comments that went to you all as well, I think. And the staff forwarded those comments to us. And so, yes, we have reviewed, I've got a stack of them. I can't tell you how many, but there were quite a bit, and we've reviewed them all. We, of course, didn't hold hearings or anything like that, if that's what you mean, Jason. But no, we did. Yes, I think we are aware of comments that have been made by various members of various bars.
When you go back and draft your language, I would encourage you to actually invite those people to come visit with y'all. I think their testimony is very compelling in person. And I think it's the part of our process is not only to include people, but to make sure people feel like they're heard. And I wanted to echo David Cavillo's suggestion that it maybe not be an every year requirement, but once every 3 years, once every 5 years, because unfortunately, I think it is a problem. And I hope y'all reconsider that when you look at the language that you're going to recommend.
Well, one kind of an approach, you put if you use the term implicit, explicit bias and wellness in the same basket. And so our intent was to treat one the same as the other and keep them the same. If you treat bias courses in one fashion, then what do you do with wellness courses? And so I think that's sort of some of our thinking actually behind what we did. And may I say, we got some comments from people, by the way, that there would be considerable pushback on doing this. Okay, so there's a lot of people that have very strong emotions against doing this for ideological, whatever reasons, I don't know. But so, yes, we also looked at those comments as well as people called us on the phone, called me on the phone, that kind of thing. So yeah, we tried to. But I think this, where we are right now, this is what we think is the optimal thing to do under the circumstances. And hope you all will look approvingly on what we're trying to do. I guess the thing is you need to see the regulations that we will present you in April, and that'll be a challenge to draft those things, I expect.
And one last thing, when is your next meeting that you're going to try to consider those regulations?
Well, we don't have a meeting set right now, Jason. I suppose I was waiting to get your kind of input on kind of what we thought about, what our recommendations are. And as soon as we know that, then I guess we'll set a meeting up. And these days and times of COVID, we can't just sit down with all our members, and which is the way to do things, of course, where you can really eyeball people and go back and forth. But we will come up with some process, I guess, to come up with some regulations.
Madam President-elect, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Boyce, for all your hard work on this. And I know it's a tough one to tackle. The task force is also looking at this issue. And we were looking at it preliminarily anyway, kind of waiting to hear what you all were going to come back as an option, a carrot rather than a stick, rather than we had the same sense you do that making anything mandatory was not going to be well received, but we're looking for a way to incent lawyers to maybe take advantage of opportunities for training on those topics. So my question for you is, and I do appreciate the step of the recommendation that it would be counted towards ethics. I think that's one way to do it. But one of the issues is the availability of that kind of training. So my question to you is, what is the committee going to do to help us to have that good quality, high standard training available, so that if somebody's looking and I need some ethics hours and I'm going to look and I'm going to go to the MCLE website and there's going to be classes there. Is there anything, are y'all giving any thought to that? How do we make that kind of training available?
You know, I told the committee, I said, now, whatever we all do, it may come back to haunt us, because these programs will be, people will come up with programs and they're going to have to run them by us for accreditation. So you better be careful what you do, because you're going to have to, you have to see the program. So yes, we did talk about that, Ms. Firth, and that is something that we assumed once we draft the regulations, and probably with consultation with CLE, and I've been on the CLE committee for 6 years, then it would be up to the CLE, Bar CLE, to probably come up with those programs. They're more in a position to do that than we are, maybe in consultation with us, but we are looking to them to come up with at least the initial programs. If that answers your question.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Director Calvillo, is your hand back up, or is that just from previously?
Yes, sir. That's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So Mr. Boyce, I just want to make sure I understood. Did you say that the committee did not consider the possibility of having this type of training on an alternating basis as opposed to an annual basis only?
Well, to tell you the truth, David, the issue never came up because the committee just felt that it should be an optional. It should not be mandatory. Let's put it that way. So there was no debate about every other year, every third year, thing like that. The consensus, it was unanimous. It just shouldn't be made mandatory. We think that it would be quite a bit of pushback from that. There might, this is a legal constitutional question. Maybe it'd raise those kinds of issues as well. And we just don't think that's the thing to do right now.
So the temperature on the committee was such that you didn't even want to explore some sort of alternating basis for it.
No one brought that up. The issue was, do we make it mandatory or not? It wasn't an alternating year approach. It just never came up.
Would it be helpful if that was part of the charge from the board to consider it on an alternating basis?
I don't know if it would or not. I don't know.
Director Calvillo, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Boyce. There's no action item on this today. This is just a report, so that we're not taking action on this today.
Sure.
David, so I just want to get in front of that before we go down.
Right. It was just a dialogue.
No, it's just a dialogue. Well, I guess that's another charge. It just, I don't know how the committee would respond to it if that was the charge. Do we do it every other year, every third year? Just that never came up with anybody. Everybody thought it. The question was, do we make it mandatory or do we not make it mandatory? Well, if you make it mandatory, do you make it kind of mandatory, every other year? And the unanimous conviction of the committee was that it shouldn't be mandatory. So if it shouldn't be mandatory, then I don't know that approach would be, well, we'll do it every other year. We never got into the nuance of that because people felt strongly it shouldn't be mandatory.
Okay.
Well,
All right,
I'm not
Director.
trying to answer your question. I just never came up for that
Sure.
reason. I think that's the reason.
All right, I've got multiple hands raised, and so I should have said this at the beginning. I guess we'll just go ahead and institute it now. It's what I've done every other meeting. We're going to let those who have not spoken yet go, and then we'll come back to repeat questionnaires. I see you shaking your head, Jason. I know that. Also, make sure your questions are not, and they haven't been. Everybody's been wonderful today, but make sure they're not hostile in either time or content, and just directed towards me. I apologize for not laying that out earlier. Director Augusto, I think your hand has been raised, and then we'll take Ms. Mount and then Director Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Ginn. I am certainly would be one member in favor of some optional bias courses for all lawyers, but I think that's not something we're going to decide today, certainly. I think more importantly, what I heard, and I think we should all be very understanding, that the state bar needs to have a robust program to incentivize folks. I like the idea of making it ethics, of course, but incentivize lawyers to come to the state bar and have that option there. There's a lot of cities, a lot of local bars, minority bars, they're all developing programs for this. And we should then put all those heads together and come up with a very robust program of implicit bias to help our lawyers, our judges, all of us that are seeking CLE. And if it's not going to be mandatory, which I understand the pushback there, and that's not for us to decide today, if we make it available and incentivize our lawyers, I think we'll create better vibes out of it. And so that's a proactive way the state bar could be pushing this issue, and I'm in favor of that.
Thank you, Director Augusto. Director Mount, the floor is yours.
Hello. I wanted to ask about how we are going to make the selection of the people who will be presenting the CLEs, if any, on implicit bias. And I ask this because I'm concerned that there might be individuals who maybe have a little training, but not a lot of training, who might want to come in and offer their services as a provider of CLE, when I think that this is a really, really important endeavor that we're embarking on here by having implicit bias training. And I would like to make sure that anybody who offers implicit bias CLEs to the members of the bar be somebody who is incredibly well qualified, like the woman who had our conversation with us yesterday. I would like to see that level of qualification, as opposed to maybe somebody who's new to the field. And I just think we would be doing a disservice to our members if we didn't have somebody who was as highly qualified as the speaker we had present to us yesterday. So I would like to put that out there so that whoever is in charge of finding these candidates for CLE and training, so that they're aware that this is something that to people like me is incredibly important. And our speaker yesterday was a woman of color like me, and I think it's going to be much more impactful for those of us who are sitting in implicit bias training or CLE courses to have somebody who looks like us talk to us about this for various reasons. And I'm sure the members of this board understand the position from where I'm coming.
Thank you, Director Mount. I appreciate your words.
May I raise my hand if I could, please? Ms. Mount, I appreciate your comments. We on the committee are also very concerned about that, because these kinds of courses, there's a cottage industry on these sort of courses out there. And whatever we find, some of them are not so good. Whatever we find, we want it to be of the very highest quality and integrity. And that's important to us because, as I said earlier, whatever we're going to have to come back and approve the course on the MCLE committee. So that is a very high priority with us to have a quality course. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Mount, it is.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much, Director. My concern was that somebody might look at this as an opportunity to profit off of the members of the bar by getting a basic level of training in it, and that's not what our members need. So thank you. I appreciate your efforts and the efforts of your committee.
We will be very conscientiously exploring that very issue, because there are a variety of programs out there that are all the way from programs that are psychobabble to preachy to some that are actually very interesting, and I think you can get a lot out of. And we will explore all those options because we only want the highest quality programs. That's very important to us. And all the members on the committee said the same thing.
Thank you so much.
Bet.
Thank you, Director Mount. Director Smith, the floor is yours.
Again, thanks for taking on this hot potato. I think that it's there's a lot of differing views on it. I think racism and other types of bias are a problem in our system, unfortunately. And to echo what you had indicated, that you were going to get some feedback from us and then schedule another meeting. And so I wanted to, if you take the feedback back, I echo what David Cavillo says. If you feel appropriate, ask the committee if they would consider either, I don't know that it needs to be an every year thing, but I think once every 3 years, once every 5 years, would be a meaningful requirement for us. It also would respond to the members of the bar that we heard from in July, and that's why at least why I thought it was important to refer. I do appreciate you reviewing all of that feedback. You could tell how strongly some folks felt.
Oh, sure. Both sides, both ways too.
Yep. And it, we have, as lawyers, sometimes we have to take CLE that we don't like. I don't necessarily like the new discovery rules, but I got to take the CLE for the new discovery rules. And I think that it is an education process for folks who maybe don't see that and maybe don't understand it. I also think as a trial lawyer, I find it fascinating, and it really helps me prepare my case for trial to a diverse jury, hearing about implicit bias and how different people are thinking about things. So I appreciate you taking this on. And if you're going to take feedback to the committee, please take back David Cavillo's recommendation. I think it's a good one.
I certainly will, and I appreciate your comments, and we'll explore that. Thank you.
Okay, and then Director Augusto, I see your hands raised, but I think it's probably just from earlier. Is that correct? Okay, and then if you'll just lower it for me, that'd be, thank you, sir. And then Director Tolchin, the floor is yours.
Oh, just a brief comment. I serve as one of the advisors to the MCLE committee, and took the time to look at as many states as I could find and their policies. And I did not see in all I looked at any mandatory bar that had a requirement of implicit bias. There might have been some other bars that are local bars or not official, must be a member of state bars. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well,
thank you, Director Tolchin. Director Forbes, did you have your hand raised?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Boyce, for your thoughtful presentation. I wanted to add that I think it's important for the training to be presented from many different perspectives, of course, for the traditionally marginalized, and also to include diversity of thought. So it is a very well-rounded program in a communication style. And during our leadership series, a judge, I believe her name was Moorhead, she presented, and I loved the way she did it. So I don't know if she can keep doing it, but if you did attend that, I thought her style was very effective. So that's my input. Thank you for your work on it.
Thank you, Director Forbes. Director Sergi, the floor is yours. David, you're muted.
Sorry, I was unmuting. As some of you know, I'm also a member of the State Bar of California, and we have a 3-year rotating requirement to do bias training and diversity training. And having gone through that, I just offer my perspective that often the training, if it's mandatory, is not as well received as when there's incentive, as President Firth had indicated. And as a member of the State Bar of California, I have been to numerous training seminars in which the subject is woven into other subjects so that it is not a separate subject. And I found that to be extremely well received, so that how we do it and how the delivery mechanism is effectuated is as important as whatever the requirement is. Because in California, you can get, a quarter hour, half hour of credit in a criminal law CLA, in an ethics CLA, I've been to an IP seminar in which some of these issues were discussed. And so my input to this is we really need to be creative in how we attack this, because if you include it in other subjects in which it's part of a, for example, criminal law CLA, it becomes much more effective than simply having a 1 hour discussion in which some people who are open to it will listen, some people will simply put it on their screen and walk away. So, just being completely real here, I think it's important that we consider allowing a presentation to include other subject areas so that it is part and parcel of the delivered mechanism. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Sturgey. Any other comments or discussion on this section? Seeing none, hearing none, we want to thank you, Mr. Boyce, for your time and for your committee's work on this. I think I echo what everyone else said, as we know this is a tough issue to tackle, and we appreciate your efforts on that very much.
It's an honor to serve the bar.
With that, we're going to move backwards, which is never a great thing, but in this case, it's a good thing because we get to hear from the Client Security Fund and Rob Crane. Director Crane, are you with us?
I am, Texas Treasurer. May I proceed?
Nope, we're going to move on. Wendy Adele Humphrey is number 20 on the list. Go ahead, Rob.
And just, I don't, maybe it was divine intervention, but I'm out of order because I was juggling back to a SMU 1L Together We Dine event. And while you all were having the beginning of your discussion you just completed, we were literally on that Zoom call talking about implicit bias and the importance of it in understanding it for jury selection and so forth. So it's, while you were talking about it, the 1Ls at SMU were talking about it, and I can guarantee you the young people coming into the profession know how important that is to their careers. So I'm proud that this discussion is happening. It's so relevant today. The Client Security Fund, also known as the hardest working subcommittee in the State Bar Board of Directors, has met twice. We, as mentioned at the last meeting, scheduled an additional meeting so that we could catch up on some backlog, as well as discuss some important issues surrounding the Client Security Fund, which is being addressed with President-elect Berth's leadership as well. And I'm proud to report that November reviewed 17 cases, accepted 9, with approval of $69,759.03. Met again this week, January 20th, and reviewed 46 cases, accepting 35 of those for a total of $283,518.98. A total to date for the State Bar year, we have dispersed $460,278.01. And our reports are short, but it's not reflective of the time that each and every one of these committee members goes through and reviews every one of these cases, the summaries that are prepared by Claire Reynolds, and then comes to a lengthy meeting to deliberate. And these discussions are not rubber stamps. I'm so proud to watch, I'm so proud and honored to be chair of watching this group of talented board members debate these important issues and how they apply to the funds of our members. This is their money that they sent in with their fees and so forth, as well as the greater good of our profession. And I just wanted to take the moment to recognize Claire Reynolds for her hard work in putting all of these summaries together. She has to study them even harder than we do. Jean Major on staff is also an important member of the team. And then our members of the committee, Benny Agosto, Kate Bim, Derek Cook, Yolanda Cortez Nadas, Lucy Forbes, Dr. Maria Hernandez Ferrier, Lydia Mount, Steve Naylor, Carmen Rowe, Michael Vasquez, and Amy Wellborn. Thank you all for your service. And Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Rob. Any discussion or comments that want to be made following the report? I will say that I got to serve on that committee for 2 years, and I think it's one of the coolest things that we do as a bar, getting to protect the general public and provide them with some recompense they've been wronged by members of our bar. And I appreciate the hard work that committee does. Thanks, Rob. And also, Rob, thank you for your work with the 1Ls over at SMU. That's really, really great what you're doing. And I know that President McDougall's already mentioned Together We Dine, and what a great project that is for us. And we're excited to be working with you on that. Let's go to number 20, which is Director Wendy Adele Humphrey. Wendy, are you with us?
I am with you.
All you.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Ginn. It's my honor on behalf of the ad hoc committee to select at-large members to give you a brief update on the work of the committee. As you probably know, we actually have 4 at-large directors who serve on the board of directors. And this June, my term will be up as an at-large director. And so we solicited nominations last fall and had a record number of nominations submitted. The deadline was December the 1st, and we received 37 nominations. As you can imagine, it's a very competitive process, and we had just stellar, extraordinary nominations this year. And so the committee, which is comprised of Andy Elmanzon, TYLA President Brittany Harrison, Michael Smith, Kimberly Pack-Wilson, and myself, did a thorough review of those 37 nominations. And it was difficult, but we were able to narrow it down to 8 candidates for the 1 at-large position. On February the 10th, we will be interviewing those 8 candidates via Zoom, and then narrowing down to 2 candidates to put forth to President McDougall. He will then make a decision based upon those 2 recommendations and make a final selection. That final selection will be presented to the full board for vote at the meeting. And that is my report. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Wendy. I know you've chaired this committee now for 2 years, and you've just done an awesome job. Do we have any questions or comments regarding the report? Hearing none, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you, Wendy. To number 21, Director Elmanzon with our Appeals Grant Review Subcommittee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appeals and Grants Review Subcommittee received 2 requests for authorization to seek outside funding. The materials for this request are located in the board effect under Agenda Item 21A. Board policy requires internal entities such as committees and TYLA to obtain approval from the Appeals and Grants Committee in order to seek outside funding for their projects. The first request was submitted by Law Focused Education, Inc. for authorization to seek grant funding from the Texas Bar Foundation. This grant will fund a joint program with Law Focused Education Committee and Jury Services Committee for their project called Jury Service, Your Call to Duty. It's an educational program that educates students and the public about the role of jury service in our democracy. The second request was by the Texas Young Lawyers Association to seek funding from the Texas Bar Foundation for their project called Civility in Government, Law, and Leadership. This project educates students about fostering civility in government, law, and leadership. The Appeals and Grants Subcommittee unanimously approved these requests to seek funding from the Texas Bar Foundation. There are no state bar funds used for these programs. No action is required by the board. This is a report item only, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Elmanzon. Any comments or questions about this? Hearing none, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you, Andy, for the great work you and your committee do. We will go now to 21B, our Professional Development Subcommittee, with Director Rebecca Brooker.
Thank you, Charlie. As Trey stated in his report earlier today, since June 1st, the Texas Bar CLE has provided over $3 million in free CLE events. $435,000 was was targeted for free CLE to legal aid lawyers. $135,000 has been awarded in scholarships to lawyers for CLE. So please remind the lawyers in your area that Texas Bar CLE offers full and partial scholarships for all of our programs. The application process is easy, it's fast, it's confidential, and let everyone know that the Texas Bar CLE programs have also been discounted. I think Trey alluded to that. So these are quality CLEs that are on sale. So it's a great time to register for Texas Bar CLE. Also, Texas Bar CLE's recently recorded the January 5th rules vote forum and the CLE on the proposed rules, which is also available for free on the Texas Bar CLE website. And I think it's accredited for 1 hour of ethics credit. And just to kind of touch on a topic we've just been addressing, we have a free online class on implicit bias and the psychology of jurors in the online classroom that was presented I think by Judge Marcella Moore, who is on the task force here in Dallas County for the Dallas County Civil District Courts on implicit bias. It's important to note that Texas Bar CLE has converted all live seminars to webcast format through April 30th. And it's closely monitoring the situation for the few courses that are still scheduled to be in person later in May or after May. During this fiscal year, though, we have held about 65 programs via webcast, including multi-day courses with concurrent tracks, which is pretty awesome. It's a lot of work to do that. Also, Texas Bar Books has created a new website that I want you all to know about. It's texasbarpractice.com. I'll say it again, texasbarpractice.com. And since the launch of Texas Bar Books since its launch, Texas Bar Books has seen a 15% increase in subscribers to the online practice manuals, in addition to providing a storefront for Texas Bar Books publications. TexasBarPractice.com is also the platform for law practice management programs. And it has a large collection of free articles and forms and videos, which are available for people to view online. It's important to note too that Texas Bar Books also offers scholarships for their electronic versions of their practice manuals and other publications. So when you're visiting with the attorneys in your area, well, on telephone or via Zoom or hopefully one day in person, please let them know about TexasBarPractice.com, because it was created for them, for our members. And finally, just a big thank you to Hetty Bauer and her team. They help all Texas Bar CLE and Texas Bar Books. They just helps make everything run smoothly, and we are greatly indebted to them. So that's my report.
Thanks, Rebecca. Any comments or questions about the report? Hearing none, seeing none, we move on to our next section. That is number C under 21, our insurance member benefits subcommittee discussion.
Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, it looks like there's a hand up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Kim Wilson.
Kim, I'm so sorry. My fault, Kim. Your floor.
It's all right. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say, since I'm the one who brought it up, and really, Ms. Brooker, thank you to your team and the whole State Bar team. You guys have done an amazing job of making all of this CLE available for us virtually. How you switched to that was a monumentous task, I know. So I want to say thank you. And also, my question earlier under the finance was really to enable us to talk about all of the good things that the CLE department does for our members. If you look at the cost of CLE from third-party providers, we're doing a great job. So I think it's just good to remind our members of what we have and what's available. So thanks also for the reminder about the scholarships. We do appreciate y'all.
Awesome. Thank you. And Director Western, I see your hand up.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to jump on the Texas Bar Practice webpage. I've been trying to push that locally, and a lot of lawyers really realize the value that we're providing to them when they see that page and see what's offered on it. So kudos on that page to everyone involved in it.
Thank you. It's good. Check it out.
Okay. Let's go to, we're going to go now to 22, actually, Ms. Director Emily Miller for our sections representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The State Bar sections have been participating in the Audit and Finance Committee's multi-year audit plan. And the audit primarily focused on financial processes and basic governance processes, such as assuring that the sections were following their own bylaws and the board policy manual as well. The auditors have completed their information gathering in December, and we're expecting an initial draft of their audit any day now, as alluded to by our previous speakers. Overall, the section involvement in the audit process went very well. The sections understood why we were doing this and participated and cooperated very, very nicely and well with the auditors and got them the information that they wanted in a timely manner. And this was a very good exercise. Tracy Jarrett and her accounting team and Tracy Knuckles and her section staff spent an immeasurable amount of time helping the sections prepare for and understand the audit. Their efforts have always been Herculean, and we owe them our most sincere thanks from both the sections and from the board as well. The preparation of the sections by the Tracys included asking the sections questions regarding their minimum reserves, reviewing their systems for checks and balances and security, and putting their financial policies in writing. And it was very good for all of us to think about and review these important issues from a section perspective as well. Our timeline going forward, we're waiting on the initial report to be provided at any time, as was mentioned earlier. And once we receive the draft report, we're going to follow up with the section chairs and present the draft report at our February 26th Council of Chairs meeting. The final report will be provided to the full board of directors in April. And I'm sure that we're going to find some areas of improvement, but I'm very optimistic and looking forward to receiving the results. In particular, one section that we have been working with is the animal law section. As you may remember, at the June board meeting, the Section Representatives Committee placed the animal law section under official review pursuant to our new board policy. The section reps have been shadowing and trying to guide the section in an unofficial capacity for a year prior to the official review, which means that we have been participating in all their meetings and communications for over 18 months now. The great news is that the section has reconstituted their council with a new chair and a new vice chair and a vast majority of new council members. And the animal law section will still need to do the basics in terms of issuing, governing, and updating governing documents. They need to prepare a budget. And then, of course, they need to provide some member services. As a result, I anticipate that at the Section Reps Committee, next committee meeting, we're going to decide to continue the sections review through the next annual meeting. And we do hope to see some significant value provided to their dues paying section members. As you know, our sections represent great diversity among our membership and deliver a huge amount of frontline member services to our lawyers throughout Texas. Thank you all for your support of the section representative and of our sections as well. And that concludes my report, Chairman Gann.
Thanks, Director Miller. Any comments or questions from the directors? All right, I'm not seeing any, but I missed somebody last time. So if I've missed you, please get my attention. But otherwise, we're going to move forward to probably the hardest working people in the state of Texas. That's our TYLA report by Madam President Brittany Harrison. Madam President, you have the floor. Brittany, you with us? We can't hear you if you are. There you go.
I don't show that she's on mute.
Yeah, she's not. She's having maybe some microphone problems. Brittany, we will come back to you as you work on that, okay? I see you giving me the thumbs up. I'll let you work on that and we'll come right back, okay? So we're going to go now to Carmen Rowe. She's got two updates for us. One is our Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee report, and she also has a report on the update from the Justice and Leadership Work Group. Director Rowe, are you with us?
I am. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Ginn. Okay, let's talk about insurance and member benefits. Let's start with the Texas Bar Private Insurance Exchange. We have a few slides here so you can follow along. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of how fast our insurance program has been growing, but just since 2018, the number of product enrollments has grown by 92%. The major medical enrollments alone have grown by 45% during that same period, from 9,000 to 13,000. The 2021 health insurance open enrollment period ended on December 15, 2020. Presentations that are usually conducted across the state were moved to 3 online Zoom webinars. These allowed us to reach far more members, one of the few benefits of 2020. Knowing that our solos and small firms need the most help getting insurance, we developed a postcard, which is the next slide. Oh, it's actually 2 slides later, sorry, to help them. And this increased our benefits visits to the website by 56%. We worked really hard to synthesize this card and make it really user-friendly for our members. We broke out into subcommittees this year, and so some of our subcommittee projects, after we split up into groups to focus on areas that are hot topics, those included solo insurance, marketing of insurance programs, and to enhance awareness of the overall benefits program. The solo insurance group, I think, is the most important. It helps solos with insurance and has always been a struggle for the bar to reach out to those individuals. This year, importantly, I learned that even though the federal government regulations do allow solos to form group insurance, the Texas Department of Insurance does not. So to say it clearly, there's a Texas statute that is prohibiting us from creating solo insurance options to our members. In fact, a company named Descent that was offering group insurance to solos was ordered to stop by the Department of Insurance. This discussion in our solo insurance breakout group will continue, and we will keep you updated. One positive note about our group plan is that typically solos have to have 1 full-time non-spouse employee to be eligible in Texas to be part of a group plan. The exchange was able to get the Department of Insurance to approve for the first time this year to allow spouses to be considered as a full-time employee, so that you can use the spouse inside your firm to be part of a group plan, which is a huge move in the right direction. Talking about insurance marketing, the postcard that I referred to earlier was a huge success in increasing the awareness of both the insurance and non-insurance benefits to the bar. A CLE has been drafted that we will use to educate members on insurance and financial decisions that you should consider during your life cycle, from the very beginning as an attorney all the way to retirement. So look for that in the future. Last but not least is the benefit program marketing. This group modified the monthly benefits email members receive and the social media posts related to those benefits. We again have tried to streamline and focus on those things that are most important to our members. We're going to continue to monitor the impact of this change. And you may have even seen a recent post featuring Steve Fisher's dog, which I think is the next slide. That's the postcard that we did. And this is on the right side of your screen, Steve Fisher's dog, which promotes a benefit for our pet-loving people that State Bar members can take advantage of. So revenue for this program has been stable this year, with about $500,000 in non-dues revenue being generated as of November. This is in line with last year's numbers. And at the upcoming board meeting, we will be reviewing the State Bar's program compared to other large state bars. We're compiling that information at this time, and this will help us consider new offers and benefits that we can give to our members. I want to thank our committee, all of the subcommittee work that you're doing. We're working as hard as we can to get as many insurance and member benefits out to our members as we can. And that completes my report.
All right, thanks, Director Rowe. I know this is an extremely hardworking committee. Does anybody have any questions or comments before we move on to the next report from Carmen? I see Lydia Mount. Yes, Director Mount.
Hi. Thank you, Director Rowe, for your work. I just wanted to clarify something. I was trying to take notes and I don't think I wrote fast enough. You indicated that there is federal law that permits, and I want to make sure I got this correct, that permits solos to form groups so that they can obtain group rates. Is that correct?
That is correct. And apparently it is the Texas Department of Insurance that has a provision that we're looking into that specifically prohibits solos from being part of group plans here in Texas.
So is it the Texas Department of Insurance or is it a state law in Texas that prohibits it? Do we have conflicting laws?
No. I'm sorry. Perhaps I'm misspeaking. The Texas Department of Insurance has a provision that prohibits solos from being part of a group plan. And that's something that we're working on, looking into how we can influence change in that area. But as we talked about in our meeting, it may be outside the scope of what the state bar is permitted to do to create real action there. But the first and at the foremost of everything is letting our members know, letting this board know exactly what the hurdle is that prevents us as solos from getting into a group plan. And so a lot of people had a lot of concerns about it, and there was this big mystery behind it, but it squarely lies within the Department of Insurance to control at this time.
Thank you for that clarification. I know that there had been a lot of comments outside by attorneys just in general about, well, what's holding it up? Is it the state bar? Is it the state legislature? And I think a lot of people had the fingers pointed at TDI, Texas Department of Insurance, and they were accurate in that assessment. So I just wanted to verify that that actually was something that was the TDI's stance and not the stance necessarily of the state government.
Correct.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for that great question.
Director Fisher, do you have a question? You're on mute, Steve.
Of course, I want to thank Carmen. She's great to work with. Let me put it in a very simplified form. There's 3 factors why we're having trouble getting insurance for solos. Number 1 is, as we've talked about, the state insurance stat in the insurance code. And Corey Squires is going to get us that exact piece of legislation, the exact number on the code. So if people are interested and want to try to change it, they could do so. Number 2, it's not under the Keller case. It's not something that the bar as a whole can lobby for. It's not that kind of issue. So we're a little bit handcuffed. And I've posted this on social media, and some people will volunteer to try to do it. It's a tough job. Number 3 is that it seems that these big insurance companies are enjoying that they can make more profit by sending individual policies. And so they don't have the financial motivation to do that. So it's a tough problem, you know, and it's not the bar's fault, but we need to communicate. And I did this really frankly, and I said, I take some responsibility. I'm sorry we won't be able to exceed the seat on this, and people appreciated it. The final clarification, Carmen, it was both of my dogs on that postcard. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Fisher. I don't see any other comments. Carmen, thank you for the work that you and your committee are doing on this. And I know you have a second report for us from the update from the Justice and Leadership Work Group.
I do. Thank you very much. The Justice and Leadership Work Group has met 5 times since its creation by the Board of Directors. The group, with the help of the bar's Public Information Department, has reviewed all written and in-person public and member comments and ideas presented from the July 2020 special meeting that was called. While many of the suggestions are items that the board is either already pursuing or some that were outside the purview of what the State Bar of Texas can do, the work group has identified and narrowed some of the ideas into 4 goals to affect change that we're looking into. Those goals are to set standards for directors and officers pertaining to race, bias, racism, and diversity. The second is to set standards for directors regarding the way they conduct themselves in public forums. Third is to solicit comments from the nomination committee regarding presidential candidates. And fourth is to review the State Bar Office of Minority Affairs goals to make recommendations to affect change. We found through our 5 meetings that the State Bar Office of Minority Affairs is doing a fantastic job in a lot of these areas. So rather than duplicate their work, we seek to enhance and supplement and provide some feedback on those areas so that we can improve them in the future. With a targeted goal to giving effect to our members and public comments from that July meeting. The work group has split into 2 subcommittees based on those 4 goals to analyze the first 2 goals first and the second 2 to follow to find areas that we can work to affect the most amount of change. The group is moving forward on this path to make a full recommendation to the board, hopefully at our annual meeting, no later. We're also working with the Policy and Rules Committee, which is chaired by Adam Schrammick, to assist in the code of conduct that he's working on as well. So we're collaborating with a lot of different groups on a lot of great ideas. Thank you so much to all of the committee members who have committed a lot of time to this project, as well as other board of directors and public members who've provided us with comments and ideas. Again, we want to make sure that our members' voices and those of the public are heard. And so we continue to take and appreciate those comments as they come in. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Rowe. Any questions or comments from our directors? Hearing none, seeing none, we will move on, and we're going to come right back to our Madam President of TYLA, Brittany Harrison. Madam President, the floor is yours.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you. That is awesome. All you.
Okay, so sorry about that. I guess my Zoom is tired from the meetings I've had this week, so it's kind of fighting with me today. But I'll be as brief as possible. TYLA has been super busy since our last meeting, even with the holidays and people getting sick and all types of things. We're still able to accomplish a lot of things in the past few months. One of the things I'm really excited about is going to be a great service to the public. It's our guide to garnishment. The purpose of this is to assist individuals who may be experiencing a garnishment of their wages, bank accounts, or other personal property by providing them with a guide that has some frequently asked questions and just kind of ways to help them through this process. This project was researched and authored by Dallas Association of Young Lawyers interns, Chloe Daniels and Mariel Thames, under the direction of Austin attorney David Courageous. These law students had lost their clerkships over the summer due to the pandemic, and they sought out ways to get some legal experience, and we were happy to help them as well as have them help us with this guide. And so all of those guides are in the process of going through graphics that should be available to the public very soon. We've also been working on our consequences of vaping project, and this will consist of written materials to address the physical consequences of vaping, as well as all the legal consequences from the civil side, as well as the criminal law perspective. We're right now in the process of shooting some videos to finish out this project. And additionally, we have our evidence and predicates guide based on the Texas rules of evidence. And this is just kind of like a quick reference guide for young lawyers to include in their trial notebooks. And I just learned today that the litigation section is wanting to partner with us for our next set of guides, which will be on the federal rules of procedure and evidence. So this will be pretty exciting and just kind of a little quick reference guide for our young lawyers. And finally, we have elected our newest executive committee. On January 15th, our nominations committee had the hard task of interviewing all of our amazing directors and trying to whittle down to 10 spots for our executive committee slate. Our results came out, I believe it was yesterday, and we have Honorable Lauren Sepulveda as our chair-elect, Laura Pratt as our vice president, Tashawn Masri as our secretary, Rebecca Linehan as our treasurer, and they will be joining the executive committee with Janine Rispoli as president, Sarah Ann Giddings as chair, and myself as immediate past president. So with that, I will yield the floor.
I don't see how you guys do it. It's always impressive hearing from y'all, Brittany, and y'all are just amazing. Your leadership has been amazing this year. We are lucky to have you as our president. I'm lucky to have you as my Texas Young Lawyers president. We appreciate all that you and your team do. Y'all are just fantastic. Thank you. With that, we are going to take, I know we've been going at this for, probably a solid 2.5 hours since our last break. We are on the home stretch, but why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? It's 2:19. Why don't we come back at 2:30 and we'll continue with item number 25. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got about 30 seconds till 2:30. So if everybody kind of wants to make their way back to their seats, we'll keep moving.
Charlie, was any of your morning events, are they caught on camera for us to post on
I
YouTube?
sure hope not, Randy. I sure hope not. I hope not, because if so, my wife is going to have a lot of material to hold over my head. Never mind. I was going to say she likes to laugh when I fall. I mean, it happens a lot. I know that's shocking for you, Randy, but I do fall every once in a while. She thinks it's the funniest thing. With that, we're going to go back on the record. It is 2:30. And we are going to come back around. I cut Brittany off before she could finish something on her report. And that's my bad, Brittany. So, Brittany, you've got the floor to finish your report. Hold on, I'm getting a text from Brittany here. I'll be having some audio issues. Well, I think that we have, I think what she was going to say is that there are 2 president-elect candidates for TYLA. I think we're having some audio issues with Brittany. So with Brittany's permission, I'm going to go ahead and share those names with you. Brittany, will you give me a thumbs up if that's okay? Okay, good deal. Thank you. Reggie Wilson of Houston and Michael Ritter of San Antonio have been selected to be the TYLA president-elect candidates. And we want to wish both of them just a wonderful campaign and good luck. And thanks to both of them for being willing to serve TYLA. With that, we are going to come to item number 25 on the agenda. That's Director Steve Fisher's proposal regarding the Texas Lawyers Creed. Steve, you have the floor.
Thank you. I understand this is not a voting issue, and I want to give some context to what the big picture, what I'm trying to accomplish, what I hope the bar accomplishes. I mean, we've had a big fight, and that's okay. I think a lot of us regret some of the things we've done, but I want something tangible that we can pass and we can show that we've made progress. I didn't get involved in the Rule 8 conversation because I really, even though I voted for it, I believe that it was going to have legal challenges, and we just don't want the state bar to get sued. So I have a little package, and the thing on the Lawyers Creed, I think it's something everybody can see. You know, I don't know that the bar can force that, but it includes other groups besides just minorities. I want that exact same language in the bar's mission statement. They go together. We don't have that language in the mission statement. So I want that. But what a lot of people don't realize is there's
Director Fisher, I don't mean to interrupt you, and I'm so sorry. I just want to keep us on track here. I think the proposal is the Texas Lawyers Creed. So let's try to stick with the.
I am on track, and I need to explain it, Charlie. What people don't realize, and I think I could prove this with Andrew pretty quickly, is that what we hear people speaking at the bar meeting or on social media, it's overwhelmingly liberal. Now, I'm liberal. I'm for open borders. But we want to, if we're going to have unity, there's a whole bunch of conservative lawyers who may be the majority. If you look in Politics for Lawyers, Edge's group, it's like 90%, liberal. So if we're going to have a united bar, we have to include them. But these are the kind of things that only the most, I don't want to say racist, only the most conservative people against any racial change would be against. So it's part of a package, Charlie. I want the changes in the Lawyers Creed, in the mission statement. I want to look at redistricting to make sure the districts are fair. And then there's another thing that we can do for diversity. At the Bar Leaders Conference, myself, Andrew, Frank Stevenson, we put on a thing about running for office, running for bar office.
Director Fisher, listen, I'm gonna ask you again, and I'm not trying to be anything but respectful to you. Your report is about an amendment or a referral, the proposal regarding the Texas Lawyers Creed to the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I would ask that you keep your comments focused on that, because we've got more meeting to go in the future. We've been here, and we're going to continue to work as long as we need to, but we need to stay on our agenda. So please focus your comments to the agenda.
I really have very little more. It's self-explanatory. that lawyers should not discriminate or try to prevent people. It used to say poor people. Okay, poor people, but also disabled, people of minority, gender issues. And I just think it's something I've asked the committee, the diversity committee. I tried to write Joe Escobar, but I only got his webpage. You know, if I could present these ideas to them, but it's just something to get the ball moving, and it's something that we can accomplish, and it's something we could say we have made a step in what I think is the right direction. That's it.
Okay. So Director Fisher, do you have a motion regarding your proposal?
I thought that we were not going to do that. I thought that
So,
I could
no,
write
so,
to the committee. Yeah.
no, so you can refer, right? What you're asking, my understanding is what you asked me when you wanted to put this on the agenda, and how we've articulated on the agenda is consider and discuss the referring of the proposal, which you have, and it's in our materials today, regarding the Texas Lawyers Creed to the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And I understand that you have in our materials, you have included a copy of the Texas Lawyers Creed, and then you have included the language that you would like to see added. Is that correct?
That's correct. I didn't know that we need a motion.
Okay, so well, and so I think we can't take action as a board to change the Texas Lawyers Creed today, but we can send that to the committee like you're asking to do with Joe Escobedo, right? So, and I understand you want to speak with the committee about that. So is your motion today that we refer your proposal regarding the Texas Lawyers Creed to the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion?
I guess, yeah. I didn't. Once again, I'll defer to you. If you think it's a motion type thing, okay, yeah.
No, listen. If you don't want to make a motion, that's up to you. That's how we had included on the agenda. That's my impression. So, if you would like to make a motion, you can. If you don't, we certainly have received the materials, and we're happy to move on. It's up to you.
It's really up to. No, I don't really want to make a motion. I think I just wanted to explain it and show what direction that I'd like to see the bar going. And I'd go, and I think it's right for me to go to that committee and say and talk to them, since that's their job. But whatever. I see Andrew has his hand up.
Okay. All right. Are there any discussion or questions? I see Director Tolchin. You have the floor. And as we start this, I just want to remind everybody, comments to me, please, and we'll go from there. Director Tolchin,
I was either going to so move or second that it go to that committee. That's all.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? I see that there's.
I'll second.
All right, Director Cara Miller seconds. So Director Schramming, your hand is up. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little context to this issue about amending the Texas Lawyers Creed. As you heard earlier, the policy committee's been working on a code of conduct. We've been working in connection with, Carmen Rose Leadership Committee and trying to figure these things out. And one of our initial preliminary conclusions right now is that it makes more sense to put diversity and inclusion aspirations into something like a Texas Lawyers Creed versus something that's an enforceable code of conduct violation that could be subject to, First Amendment type challenges. And so I do think Steve is on the right track here, that we want to look at a way to add diversity and inclusion and equity concepts into something like a lawyer's creed. Now, whether that's amending the lawyer's creed, which of course would have to go to the Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals, or if that's creating something new like a Texas Lawyers Diversity Creed that's a voluntary aspirational type creed that the board passes. I think these are all open issues. But I do, I give Steve credit. He's, trying to find a way to have some sort of a meaningful response to, our special board meetings, which is what we're also doing. We have, I think, about 3 overlapping, committees and initiatives here, and looking at whether or not the Lawyers Creed could be amended in a way in order to, promote diversity among the profession. I think is one possibility, and it's a good idea to look at that. And the last thing I want to say is, I've always noted that the Lawyers Creed, the way it's structured, it talks about lawyer to client, lawyer to lawyer, and lawyer to judge. But it doesn't have what our disciplinary rules have. Lawyer to third person, right? If you're going to serve a subpoena on a third party, you should treat them with respect, you should, et cetera. And so I'm just saying, from a bigger picture point of view, the sort of things we're talking about apply whether you're a lawyer, a judge, a client, or just a human being who walks in the courtroom next to a lawyer, right? an unrelated person. And so I just wanted to keep that in context as we move this conversation forward. But I do think that Steve's thoughts on edits are, are in the right direction. And if we want to refer that to Sylvia's committee, and, at the end of the day, I think we're all going to have to coordinate our efforts together to come out with what we think is the best answer here.
Right. And that's the action for today, is referring it to a committee so we can start that process. Director Crane, your hand's up.
I just echo a lot of what Adam just said. And just for those who haven't been able to look at it, and the only edit I see, so please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, is an addition to under section Roman numeral 1, subsection 2. It currently says, I am responsible to assure that all persons have access to competent representation regardless of wealth or position in life. The edit then says, regardless of wealth, position in life, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or physical disability. That is the only edit I see. And the proposal, please correct me if I'm wrong, is just to send it to the task force to discuss potentially that language or making it even better. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct. And
All
Steve, that's correct, right?
I'm very open to the language, and some of the suggestions I got were from lawyers that said, well, make sure there's something in there that lawyers should always return emails. And I'm just open. I just want to get the ball rolling in a few different directions, which I think are all the right directions. And you guys chop it and eat it and take it, whatever you want to do with it.
Okay. Director Smith.
Thank you. I support referring this to the committee, and I think we could even make it stronger. I had the honor of clerking for Justice Jack Hightower, who spearheaded the adoption of the Texas Lawyers Creed. It is within the purview of the Texas Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals to amend it. They certainly have been work with us and I'm sure would consider anything we send over. I do need to push back on the idea that the First Amendment protects people's right to discriminate or sexually harass people in the practice of law. And I think these aspirational codes and guidelines are very good for lawyers, and they do provide a basis, but we can do more that has a consequence to keep lawyers from discriminating against clients because of their race, from discriminating against opposing counsel because of their race, for engaging in sexual harassment in the practice of law. None of that is protected by the First Amendment. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly held that that type of discrimination is not protected by the First Amendment. And people just need to educate themselves that the First Amendment does not protect the right to discriminate or to sexually harass people in the practice of law. I support referring this to committee and passing more substantive actions that are going to protect clients and lawyers from institutional racism and sexism.
All right. Thank you, Director Smith. Any other comments regarding the proposal by Steve, the motion by Mr. Tolchin, and the second, I believe, by Director Rob Crane?
I call the question.
Perfect. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Director Fisher, does that conclude your report?
Thank you.
You're on mute, Steve.
Thank you, guys. Thank all of you guys. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Steve. All right. So now we're going to move to discussion item number 26, our Ombudsman report by Stephanie Lowe.
Good afternoon, everybody. As he said, I'm Stephanie Lowe. I'm the Ombudsman for the Attorney Discipline System of the State Bar of Texas. I'm here to give a brief presentation on my office's annual report, which covers the activity of my office from September 1st, 2019 through August 31st, 2020. You should have received a copy of the report already or will be receiving a copy of the report. So I'll just kind of go over the highlights, and if you have any questions, I'll take them afterwards. A little background, my office was created during the last Sunset Review of the State Bar, which was during the 85th legislative session. The Sunset Commission and the statute that created my office provide that I am a source of information for the public about the grievance system, a monitor of the attorney discipline system, independent and confidential. The statute also prohibits me explicitly from doing certain things, including drafting a complaint or acting as an advocate for a member of the public, reversing or modifying a finding or judgment in any disciplinary proceeding, or intervening in any disciplinary matter. So I'm going to briefly go over now some statistics about the inquiries that my office received during this reporting period. I received 578 inquiries this year, which is an approximately 25% increase from the 464 inquiries received during the last reporting period. As shown in the pie chart on page 3 of my report, inquiries, I received them in a variety of ways, including phone, email, the State Bar of Texas website, referrals from the Supreme Court of Texas, referrals from the State Bar of Texas, mail, and fax. Phone inquiries remain the most frequent contact method at 49%, although there was a 6% decrease from last year. As for the content of those inquiries, the majority of individuals, 49%, contacted my office to get information on the grievance process. Other reasons for contacting me included questions about a pending matter, attempts to file a new grievance, complaints about a concluded case, requests for lawyer legal advice, rule change suggestions, and then miscellaneous. While responding to inquiries, I of course customized my response based on the content of that inquiry, but I did develop a standard response. A copy of such response is included as Exhibit 4 in the appendix. It's worth noting that this year I started to include a link to the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct in my standard response in the hopes that it provides inquirers with a better understanding of what constitutes misconduct on the front end. My office strives to provide every response as quickly as possible. Even with the operational changes necessitated by COVID-19, my average response time to an inquiry decreased by 45% and went from an average response of 3 days to an average response of 1.65 days. So the last part of my report is just going to discuss the common complaints I received and my suggestions for improvements. As was true during the last reporting period, complaints about transparency were the most common category of complaints my office received. Complainants persisted in believing that they did not receive a satisfactory explanation of why the grievance was dismissed. Additionally, many pointed out that they thought the process was hard to understand and difficult to navigate. I will note I received more complaints about inquirers not being able to reach people at the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office and claims that they didn't get their dismissal letter. I realize this is likely due to the impact of COVID-19 on the discipline system and on the Postal Service, but it's worth keeping an eye on. Similar to last year, the other category of complaints I received were related to alleged bias of the attorney discipline system. Specific to this reporting period, my office heard an increased number of complaints of racial or economic bias in the grievance process. Additionally, many inquirers commented on bias based on conflict of interest and suggested that there be a better process of identifying conflicts of interest and ensuring that they do not interfere with the end result of a grievance. Beyond these two categories, inquirers continue to complain about the investigation process, noting that the assigned investigator didn't contact them enough or seemed to be unfamiliar with the facts of a grievance. New to this reporting period, I also received several comments from attorneys about the disciplinary process, which was different than my report last year. These comments mainly concerned my recommendation in the last report that grievances should be able to be filed via email. The attorneys that reached out to me were strongly against this proposal and proposed that complainants should have to file grievances under penalty of perjury to ward against frivolous or unfounded grievances. Based on these comments, I made some recommendations for improvements in my report. It's worth noting that I strove to make different recommendations from those given last year. Additionally, it continues to be true that I do think the disciplinary system is very well run, but it can always improve. So this year, my first recommendation was the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office continue to allow communication with their office via email. As a result of COVID-19, the CDC has been providing individuals who call their office with a general email where they can be reached, as well as emailing the classification determination letters. I believe that this should continue beyond the telecommuting period because it offers an option for those who need to get in touch with the CDC and provides complainants and respondents quicker rulings on grievances. In this vein, I also suggest that the CDC explore providing complainants the email addresses of classification attorneys. While this change should not be implemented hastily, it is worth exploring because it will likely ease complainants' frustration and provide them with more information. Lastly, I recommend that the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office provide more information about the grievance process on the grievance form itself. such as a recitation of important facts or deadlines, a list of what the complainant can expect, or a flowchart of the grievance process. This will hopefully set up a more reasonable expectations and lead to less anger and frustration when the process is over. So I know that was a lot of information to digest, but I open the floor to any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Are there any comments from the directors? I don't see any hands. I don't hear anything. So we will move on. Thank you, Ms. Lowe, for your report today. We appreciate what you do. All right. Also, we just got this chat, but the report is now available on Board Effect in today's meeting book for your review. So let's go on to item number 27, the discussion from our liaison reports. And we will start with our Supreme Court liaison, Justice Deborah Lehrman. Let's see. Chelsea, do we have Justice Lehrman?
Oh,
yes.
I'm
There-
sorry. I had tried, I muted myself instead of unmuting me. I'm sorry.
I understand.
Thank you, Chairman, again. I want to first of all start out by thanking everyone during this extremely challenging year. We've had to deal with such horrific matters, such as a pandemic that's killed over 400,000 of our citizens, social and racial unrest that has resulted in this board's spending so much wonderful time dealing with those issues that are so important to all of us. The January 6th events, which challenged the peaceful transition of power. And of course, we're all mindful of the role that we play in enforcing the rule of law and making sure that our country continues to be the beacon of democracy that it's been for many years throughout this world. We always have to remember, and everyone on this board does, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, that if the third branch of government does not stand up for the principles that are so important to all of us, who will? It is us, and everyone on this board knows that. So on behalf of the entire court, I want to sincerely thank every single person who devotes so much time to the very, very important issues that are addressing our state, our country, and our world at this time. As you all know, we have been very busy dealing with all types of emergency issues that we're having to address during this period of time. Since I last reported to you all, we have issued 6 new emergency orders for a total of 33 since last March. With regard to evictions, we continue to issue a number of orders having to do with this very serious issue that has to do with, of course, people who, number one, are affected by the pandemic and have problems with being able to stay in the homes that they need, particularly during a time when isolation and a place to stay is of paramount importance. So we have extended the additional pleading requirements in eviction cases. We've imposed a pleading requirement on landlords to state that they don't know of any reason why the eviction can't go forward under the CARES Act or under the CDC order. And we've also directed the JPs to provide information about that CDC order to tenants in their citation and made it clear that they are allowed to question whether the tenant knows about the federal requirements. We've also, the governor and the legislative leadership has agreed to dedicate over $171 million to rental assistance, eviction, and diversion. This program is optional. Both the landlord and tenant have to agree to participate, but if they do, it will pay up to 6 months of back and future rent for tenants who are affected by the pandemic and who meet certain eligibility requirements. These payments will be made directly to the landlord in exchange for the landlord forgiving late fees and waiving eviction claims. We have our general order, which has now been continued to extend to April 1st of 2021. We're in constant contact with the state and local health authorities to determine exactly, as everybody has stated throughout the day, we're playing this by ear, of course, and just dealing with the health authorities as things continue to evolve. As you all know, it allows individual judges to suspend and modify procedures and requires courts to use all reasonable efforts to conduct proceedings remotely, and it governs jury trials. With regard to virtual proceedings and jury trials, since March 24th, there have been over 780,000 remote proceedings with almost 2.4 million participants. And Texas was on the leading cutting edge of this. Our approach to jury trials, which is very, very challenging, as you all can imagine. We are constantly studying this and constantly trying to deal with this in the best way we can. As it stands right now, district and county courts are allowed to conduct in-person jury trials, but only if they have submitted a jury operating plan and the county in which they sit has also submitted that type of a plan to their regional judge. JP and municipal courts cannot perform any in-person trials at this time. As far as approval from the local health authorities, no county in the major urban areas in Texas has indicated that it is safe to go forward with jury trials, except Harris County. However, even in Harris County, even though the local health authorities have approved that type of proceeding, very, very few proceedings have actually been going forth, including in criminal cases. In fact, statistics show that since March of this year, there have been no more than a total of 100 jury trials. Prior to March, as in last year, there was an average of 186 jury trials per week. So we are talking about a huge, huge difference. If I had a crystal ball, I would predict that hopefully with the vaccines being disseminated and put in people's arms, that by next fall, things will start resuming to quote normal. And we are in the process of figuring out how we're going to handle all of this backlog of jury trials, especially in the critical area of criminal law. One suggestion is that visiting judges will come in and try to help with that backlog. Another suggestion is that some civil courts who may not be as busy may be able to do that kind of thing too. So we are currently studying that, because before you know it, fall is going to be here. If you all have any suggestions or anything that you would like to comment on that, please let me know, because we are in the process of studying that right now. Another big issue has been the bar exam. As you all know, we did not have the bar exam last July because of the danger that was presented by the pandemic. We did offer two versions of the bar exam. One was an in-person that was conducted in hotels that had volunteered their facilities in individual hotel rooms for the attendees to take the exam, and the other was an online version. Right now, the Board of Law Examiners is looking at what we're going to do for this coming February. The indications are that with the new strands that have been determined to exist in California that seem to be much more contagious, and we don't know about the danger. Again, we're following the science on that. It makes in-person a bar exam more challenging and more of a threat to the persons who would be taking it, even in the individual hotel rooms. And so now the discussion is about having that exam in February online. The online exam that was administered last October went pretty well. In fact, it went really well. There were a few glitches, but those glitches are being looked at and studied to make sure that those things can be avoided in the future. So that's where we're going with that. With regard to the rules amendments, as you all know, we've been doing a lot on the rules front. As you know, we have looked at Rule 169, expedited actions, and we have increased that level of amount in controversy from 50,000 to 250,000. We've also changed the discovery rules, and there's some overlap there between the expedited actions and level 1 discovery. Both of those numbers are 250 due to the rules changes. The second main change is that we've increased the number of oral deposition hours in level 1 from 6 to 10 hours to 20 hours. And this was based upon feedback that we got from the bar and the advisory committee's recommendation that 20 hours should be enough for these $250,000 cases. I'm sorry, a minute ago I said 50,000. I meant to say 100,000 was the prior amount. We didn't make any changes to the paper discovery limits in level 1 because of our third main change, which is that we approved the move to mandatory disclosure in lieu of our current request for just a disclosure process. As you all know, we have been it's not that we do everything that the feds do by any means, but when the feds do make rules changes as they did in 2015, we study that. That went to SCAC, the Supreme Court Advisory Committee. There was intensive study on that. We asked for feedback. We solicited feedback from a number of the sections and decided that that was the best thing for us to do here in Texas. Our public comment period closed on December 1st, and we received something like 120 comments that we are very carefully considering at this time. And finally, as you all know, and we're so helpful as always on the disciplinary rules, in October, the court ordered a referendum on those rules, and that will take place from February 2nd to March 4th. I want to thank the board and the bar for helping so much in getting that information communicated to the bar. It's imperative that our members understand what's going on and provide input. We take the input that you all provide very, very seriously, discuss it, and usually implement what is recommended. I think it's very important that we have created a remote proceedings task force. We're looking forward in terms of our post-pandemic era, which we all look forward to being here as soon as possible. And therefore, we have created this remote proceeding task force of 20 judges, lawyers, and court personnel. It will be led by Judge Emily Miskell and Chief Justice Tracy Christopher. And the point of that committee is to look to see what good we can keep with regard to what the changes that have had to be made as a result of the pandemic, and determine what we will go forward with in the future. Just a few other things. As you all know, Justice Rebecca Huddle was appointed this past fall to take the place of Paul Green, and I want to thank you all for acknowledging Justice Green's service in the service of Judge Michael Kiesler. We all continue to work remotely, both in our conferencing and our oral arguments, and we are in contact with local health authorities to determine how long that should continue. Again, it's going to depend a lot upon how quickly we can, or they can, get the vaccine distributed to people and make sure that we're all safe. If I were going to guess, I would guess it would be probably sometimes next fall before things are really back to normal, but that's just, you know, Deborah Lehrman's guess, so it's as good as it is. But again, I want to thank you all. I want to thank the staff. Oh my goodness, you all have just been unbelievable. I can't tell you how many times we've all worked together on weekends, on Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, dealing with these very critical issues that have to be dealt with. You know, we were dealt a hand that none of us were prepared for. And I think the bar has done an excellent job of dealing with it in a very efficient manner, in a way that really does assist the public that we are here to assist, and to help the lawyers. The CLE, everything that they've done has just been unbelievable. And Trey Apfel, of course, does a wonderful job, as do all the members of the staff, and to all of you for the wonderful things that you do. These are volunteer hours, we know that, and all of you put so much energy and work into it. If it weren't for you, what would we do? What would the people of our country do, of our great state, especially with regard to the importance of the rule of law? So thank you very much, and that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Learman, for your informative report. Do we have any questions or comments? I am seeing no hands and hearing none. Thank you, Justice Lehrman, for all that you do and for your reports and for keeping us so updated. Thank you so much. Our next update is from Judge Kevin Urey. Judge, are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Sure can. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman again. The Court of Criminal Appeals continues to decide the cases before it as expeditiously as possible and as efficiently as possible. The coronavirus pandemic has definitely had an impact, and it still has not receded. In fact, the reports are the numbers of cases are still very high, and we therefore are still working remotely and not from the Supreme Court building itself, with some few exceptions, mostly in our clerk's office and in our staff attorney's office. The judges of the Court of Criminal Appeals continue to conference on our cases via Zoom, and we entertain oral arguments on Zoom as well and broadcast those arguments to the interested public through our YouTube channel. As you heard at the beginning of our meeting today, Judge Mike Kiesler has retired from his service at the Court of Criminal Appeals. Mike was elected and re-elected to the court 4 different times. He served on the court for fully 22 years. Before joining the court, he also served for 17 years as judge of the 292nd District Court in Dallas County, and before that for 12 years with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office. He is a legend among Texas judges and will be dearly missed by all of us at the court. We are so gratified that this board saw fit to honor him today, and we all wish him all the best as he continues to serve the bench and bar now as a senior visiting judge. Even though we will miss Judge Kiesler at the court, our sense of loss is tempered by Governor Abbott's appointment of Judge Jesse McClure to replace him. Judge McClure formerly served as the judge of the 339th District Court in Houston in Harris County. He's already taken his place on the court and has joined us in conferencing and in voting on cases. He's absolutely a super guy, and everybody expects that he will distinguish himself as a tremendous judge on the court. As always, the Court of Criminal Appeals remains grateful for the continued hard work of this board on behalf of all the membership of the State Bar of Texas. And that concludes my report. So back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Judge. Any questions or comments for Judge Urey? All right, hearing none, seeing none. We appreciate you too as well, Judge Urey, and for your thorough report. Thank you. Judge Les Hatch with our Judicial Section Liaison.
Thank you. Good afternoon from Lubbock, Texas. And I'm always glad to follow Justice Lehrman and Judge Urey because they always cover about 7/8 of what I'd planned on talking about. So thank y'all very much. On behalf of the Judicial Section, we are up and running with our legislative committee. Given that our legislature is in session, that's probably the primary purpose of the Judicial Section is to monitor proposed legislation that affects the judiciary, which, by the way, typically also affects lawyers. So we have that committee in force and studying proposed legislation and reporting back. And that's kind of our focus at this time of the year. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Hatch. We appreciate you being here this morning. And even if it is the 8th portion, we value it very much. Thanks a lot. Any questions or comments for Judge Hatch? All right, hearing none, seeing none, we will move on to our Federal Judicial Liaison, Judge David Morales.
Good afternoon. So since I'm supposed to cover all of the federal courts, I want to start with the Fifth Circuit. Obviously, they have not been affected as much as the district courts as far as their dockets. In speaking with Chief Judge Owen, their stats and their
their dockets are moving exactly as they had before. One thing that I did want to point out concerning the circuit is, and Justice Lehrman reminded me of this, there was a 2019 amendment to the criminal circuit pattern jury charges. The last one that was published was in 2014. For some reason, that was not sent to Thomson Reuters. It has now. So there hasn't been a hard copy of it out, but you can find it on the Fifth Circuit's website. It has been there since 2019, but it is not, if you don't have it in hand, it's often forgotten. So it is there. Concerning the district courts, dockets have worked very well with Zoom on non-evidentiary matters, but our problem, of course, is jury trials. Civil, not so much, but the criminal trials, as on the state side, are extremely backlogged, and it is a huge concern to all of us. Northern District has tried to get jury trials going. As soon as they get one up, especially in Dallas, someone comes down with COVID that's either the lawyers or on the panel. And so just in the last 3 weeks, they've had 2 blown juries. So they're having a really, really hard time. On the other side of the state, I know that Wes Hendricks out in Amarillo is doing just fine, and David Counts out in Alpine and Odessa in Midland has tried 10 cases in the last jury trials in the last 4 months. So I think it obviously depends on where you are. Each of the districts and divisions are putting out their own emergency orders, as those of you that are in federal practice know. In the Southern District, we've had a very hard time getting things going. We've tried one case in Corpus Christi in the past 3 months, and that took a lot of movement. Everybody was willing to do it, but it is very difficult to move those kind of people unless you're in a large facility like Energy in Houston is trying to do. But with that, other than jury trials, everything is coming along. There's no backlog as far as hearings. There will be, I will not prognosticate like Justice Lehrman as to when we might get started. Again, it depends on the region and it depends on the numbers in each of those regions. So with that, one thing I didn't mention the last couple of times I was here, if you have any concerns or questions concerning the judiciary, I'm in contact with each of the chief judges routinely. I'm happy to bring any concerns or questions that you have either to them or to individual judges concerning process or where the courts are going. So with that, that is my report.
Thank you, Judge Morales. We appreciate your time for being here with us today. And then our out-of-state lawyer, I'm sorry, do we have any comments or questions for Judge Morales? All right, hearing none, seeing none, we will move forward to our out-of-state lawyer liaison, Ms. Denise Hoggard.
Thank you. I want folks to know that in the fall and in the spring that we send out a letter from your out-of-state liaison to all the other out-of-state members of our bar. I want to thank the staff for the excellent work that they do in assisting me in getting that process underway. And during my tenure so far in this position, I haven't garnered much response when I've sent out those letters, but have been appreciative of the fact that we're giving updated information. I do want to tell you that in response to the letter that we sent out back at the end of this year, that I did receive responses. They were all favorable responses. There was one member from California that advocated for a voluntary bar as opposed to an involuntary bar. But otherwise, the comments that I receive are very favorable, and we are getting messages sent and received, and the staff is very helpful in making sure that I can timely and efficiently respond to any inquiry. So again, thank you for that. And I know that some of our interest that we've been receiving from our out-of-state lawyers have been somewhat generated by the fact that all eyes have been on Texas. And so that is favorable because we are presenting well as an association, and I appreciate y'all's efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Hoggard. We appreciate you so much. Do we have any questions or comments from Ms. Hoggard? All right, hearing none, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 28, which I don't believe we have a report from Ross. So let's go to 29, a report from Mr. Sermon. John, are we going to do all this in closed session?
Yes, I got a report in closed session.
Okay, so with that, it is 3:15 p.m. and the State Bar Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071.071 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel to include discussion regarding all pending or any contemplated litigation. Section 551.072 to deliberate regarding the potential purchase of real property at 1415 Lavaca Street in Austin, and Section 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. At this time, we are not going to have a recess, but we are going to let Jennifer and Chelsea put all of our members in the 2021 board, including section representatives and board liaisons, into a breakout room for the closed sessions. All other individuals will remain watching the broadcast. We will notify the public when we're about 5 minutes out from returning to opening session. And I think this next board is once we're in close. So at again, at 3:16 p.m., we are reconvening. We are going to recess and reconvene in closed session. think we're back. It is 3:43 p.m. and we are back in open session. The Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During closed session. Only matters relating to consultations with legal counsel, including actions concerning pending or contemplated litigation matters, were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. With that, I think Ross Fisher's joined us. Ross, earlier I indicated that I did not think you had a report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I have nothing to report.
All right, good deal. So with that, we'll adjourn here in just a few minutes, but I do want to ask my friend August Harris if he will lead us in our State Bar mission statement, and then I will say a few things and then we'll go ahead and adjourn. August?
Thank you. I'll ask y'all to join me as always in the bar mission statement. The mission of the State Bar of Texas is to support the administration of the legal system, assure all citizens equal access to justice, foster high standards of ethical conduct for lawyers, enable its members to better serve their clients and the public, educate the public about the rule of law, and promote diversity in the administration of justice and the practice of law. Thank you.
I want to thank you all for being here on another long day on a Friday before your weekend. There are directors that we haven't shaken hands with, and that hadn't stopped you all from working hard this year. And whether we get to meet this year in person or not, y'all are warriors for the bar and for the public. And I just really appreciate that. Thank you for battling hard. Thank you for showing up. Thanks for serving. You guys are wonderful, wonderful people. With that, I will tell me your name, but I will accept a motion to adjourn, not withdraw.
So moved.
All right, August has made the motion. Who's going to give me a second?
Second.
All right, Steve Naylor has gotten us a second. It is 3:45 in the afternoon and we are adjourned. God bless you all. Thank you.